Back to Umineko, ladies and gentlemen. We have had quite the day, haven't we? Honestly, like, this has taken quite a twist. You know, there was, like, very little ambiguity, I'd say, when we saw, like, a literal demon get summoned and attack Canon. But man, the question of whether or not magic exists keeps going down further and further as it's like literal doppelgangers attacking. Doppelganger of Canon that explodes when exposed to spiderwebs is a thing. Like, how does that work? It's so confusing. I don't know how this shit works, but, you know. Why, like, we're having a discussion on whether or not magic exists when literally, like, exploding doppelgangers exist in the same series. It's freaking bizarre. Like, oh, did you just think she made some tech that, like, makes a body duplicate of someone that explodes when exposed to spiderwebs? That's so oddly specific. But, alright. She has a cloning machine somewhere in the basement that does that, you know. Just assume that's a thing. Anyway, let's dive into this. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa were... Yo. What are you talking about?
Shannon!
Thank goodness you're safe. If something had happened to you, George-san. George, be quiet for a second. A murder occurred before your eyes, right? Did you see the culprit? Or not? It's how do I explain? Genji-san. Even we cannot adequately explain what happened in front of us. Oh, that's not good. It certainly happened in front of our eyes. It was right in front of my eyes. But it was what was it? Yeah, but I don't understand. These guys are in a panic. What are you saying? Please speak calmly and explain what's happening. You couldn't have met anyone except the witch Beatrice, whose location's been unknown since yesterday. Kanon-kun, who's gone missing. Was it a man or a woman? Tell me that at least. Rosa, calm down. Anyone would be confused if two people were taken out right in front of them. Yoda, Genji. There's no need to rush. Tell us what happened. One thing at a time. How do I say it? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa had been killed. We understood that much. And it seemed it occurred in front of these people's eyes, but even so, they spoke awkwardly. They admitted they'd definitely seen the crime with their own eyes, but when asked to explain what they saw, their mouths went suddenly shut, and I could understand why Aunt Rosa was irritated and flaring up. Shannon, did you see it? When the doctor was attacked? Yeah. Tell me. Just what you understand. What happened? Someone came to the back door? Right. Someone came up to the back door. Wondering who it was, I opened the door. Someone at the back door? Who was it? Let them finish, Rosa. Calm down. After that? That person, they were stained with blood and had a large wound. Hey, why are they being so vague? That person who looked like Canon, like, come on. It's so vague, Goda. Be like, we thought we saw Canon there. We picked it up, it looked like Canon, we dragged him, like, but they're like, that person. Like, what? Are you being intentionally vague? You're like, ah, yes, what happened? Well, we saw someone at the back door, and they appeared to be injured. So we, like, dragged that person. We dragged that person in, and you're like, oh, so you didn't know them? That's what I assume. If you're going to refer to the person as like an unknown person. Either you can't identify them or you don't know who they could have been at the time. They should have... Goda should be saying, like, it looked like canon here, but he's being intentionally vague, which is kind of lame. Alright. They were staying with blood and had a large wound. We immediately carried him to the servant room, and Dr. Nanjo immediately began first aid. It was a very deep wound. Like I said, who are you talking about? Yeah, I'm actually... So, I know Rosa's been, like, overly aggressive in this scene so far, but this is the first time I think she should be a little bit more aggressive. She should be aggressive. She's like yelling at him because he's not saying who it is. It's like there's only 2 people that should be there, and it wasn't any of us. So who the fuck did you let in? And he's not saying. It's like he should be saying someone we don't know, or canon, or Beatrice, but he's not saying any of that, which is really frustrating to someone who's like, who the fuck did you let in? Like, I think it's a good idea to push. Your head hurts a bit from voice lessons, which you started because you wanted to cover Umineko's opening. Turns out the opening's super complicated, so now you're learning an aria. Ah, okay, so you're taking some voice lessons. That's pretty cool, dude. I haven't taken any voice lessons, but that sounds like it'd be really stressful. It'd be really rough, and at least you'd learn to speak properly, right? And sing properly, because you can really, it's really easy to strain your voice when you try to sing, honestly. I think I'd definitely go for voice lessons if I was going to do any singing or shouting or any like actual voice acting. You know, if you voice act in video game, you got to do like your usual death screams and all that shit, or making weird noises. Like that can be really rough on your voice, so that's pretty cool. So who are you talking about? I'm with Rosa. Who the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. How does he not know? Like, we were there. It looked like canon. How is the I don't know a response? Their response should be, it looked like canon. We thought it was canon. And then they continue. But they're like, I don't know. This is like the most intentionally vague bullshit, Goda. What the fuck? You always wanted to sing formally, and having a specific song was the final push. Fair enough. Seems like a good plan. Like, I don't understand why Goda's being so intentionally vague. Here's my explanation of if I saw a doppelganger. I saw someone, you know, if I got attacked by like an evil twin or something like that, I'd be like, oh, we saw someone at the door. You know, I'm going to assume it's an evil twin of me, okay? We saw someone at the door, and we heard someone at the door, so we went and investigated it. And we opened the door, and of all things, it looked like me. And I'm like, okay, we dragged this person in who we thought was us, you know, maybe from the future or some shit, but it turns out they were a fucking evil twin and tried to murder us. Or some bullshit, like we don't fucking know. We ended up killing him because he killed 2 people in front of us. And we were panicked. And he just fucking disintegrated in front of our eyes. And you'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you're like, yeah, I know, right? Like, that's how you explain like an evil twin or some doppelganger bullshit. But they don't explain it. He just says, I don't know. Like, what? But explain what you saw is what they're asking for. You can't just tell people, I don't know what I saw. Like, give them the description. What did you do? What were you thinking? Goda's really bad at this explanation shit. Holy crap. Certainly in the beginning I thought that was the case. What? I don't even follow this sentence. Certainly in the beginning I thought that was the case. What is this sentence saying? I still think that. I don't give a fuck what you think now. I want to know what the fuck you were thinking when shit was happening. We literally had the scene play out in front of us. He should be saying canon, but he's not saying canon. I don't fucking get it. But what in the world was that? Shut the fuck up about your dumbass conclusions and give people the data they want to know. Like, you're not telling anyone anything. You're just like, oh, I don't know what I saw. Like, what? Are you fucking blind? You went to the door? You saw something? Like, is this some eldritch horror that's terrifying and beyond imagining? That, like, literally drives you insane by trying to get a look at it? Is it fucking invisible? Like, shit, man, I suck at giving descriptions for stuff, but at least I can be like, oh, yeah, in this case, there's no excuse. It looks like canon. How is that hard? You know what canon looks like. Just say, like, I saw someone, it looked like canon with a serious injury on their body. And then, like, randomly attacked us and killed a bunch of people. Like, how is that difficult? I don't understand how it's so complicated to say that someone who looks like canon tried to kill all of you. Is that really, like, a really complicated thing to say? Like, just think for like 2 seconds. Is that even hard to say? It's so easy. I don't know why Goda's being so, like, obtuse about this. He's just rambling. He's just rambling. You don't know? Okay. In a manner that didn't match his large body, he held his head and scratched at it. I didn't have a clue, and if he was confused because he couldn't remember, or because he saw something terrifying and couldn't accept it. Shannon looked the same way. These guys are all fucking useless. Holy shit. What she'd seen a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream. She wouldn't be able to remember anything. That's what she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual. So the questions were naturally directed at him. It's just utterly baffling how useless Gota's being here. Like, you could have some trouble putting yourself together and be like, I need a second, but he's answering the question with like, I don't know, and it's like, are you that's like your normal defense when you're getting accused of fucking murder, right? It's like, well, where were you on the night of December 25th? And he's like, I don't know. Did you meet this person? I don't know. Were you in the same building as them? I don't know. Did you eat breakfast yesterday? I don't know. Did you eat anything at all yesterday? I don't know. Do you have a job? I don't know. Like, are you just trying to not be useful? I don't know. Like, fucking really, dude? Anyway, we're just going to ignore anything Gota says if he's not going to be useful. I've already done my rant on people being useless when asked questions. However, even Genji took some time before he spoke, and he had to gather his thoughts. Perfectly reasonable thing to do.
Genji-san,
you saw it, right? Who came in through the back door? At first, we believed the person was canon. Holy shit, Genji's being useful. This is how they should have responded. This is probably the easiest thing to say. At first, we thought it was canon. You see? Yeah, I'm with Rosa. I swear, this would be me in a serious situation. I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Thanks, Rosa. He was alive after all. My theory was correct. By at first, you mean your impression changed later, right? Yes. I cannot explain with words what happened after that. He killed Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa and then disappeared. At that time, he was definitely not canon. Yes. That's right. Because Genji said you couldn't explain it with words. You have the same opinion? Yes. I can only say the same thing. If we give their claims the benefit of the doubt, it means that Aunt Rosa's first conclusion was correct. Hello, my friend. Cannon had appeared near the back door to the kitchen with a serious injury, and then he'd been taken to the servant room and cared for. And after that, something terrifying happened. So were these people so convinced that Cannon-kun couldn't possibly have done such a thing that they started to suspect whether it had been Cannon-kun at all? In other words, that means Cannon-kun did appear. No matter how confused they are, no matter how they muddle their words, that's what it means in the end. Does that mean after all that, Cannon-kun used some trick to escape the room even though it was locked? It doesn't matter anymore. The real problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed. Aunt Rosa has claimed that Cannon-kun was behind this from the very beginning, and no matter how confused these people are, no matter how much they try to deny it, they're halfway confirming she was right. Even so, for some reason I feel like their awkwardness couldn't be explained by the confusion alone. What did they see? Like they said, did they really see something that couldn't be explained with words? Not really. I think it was pretty straightforward considering we're reading a fucking novel and didn't have any visuals for it. Aunt Rosa, who decided that further talk wouldn't get us anywhere, concluded her questioning and said she wanted to check the two bodies. That was something I wanted to do too. The witnesses had been unable to figure anything out, but they'd been shaken. If those of us who hadn't been at the scene calmly looked at the corpses, we might find something? But it was surprising to learn Aunt Rosa was also concerned about the bodies. Even at this point, I still wanted to use any clues I could find to expose the culprit and the truth myself. It should have been different in Aunt Rosa's case. Hasn't she prioritized staying safe over finding the culprit? I couldn't really see why she'd go through all the trouble of leaving our barricade in the parlor just because she wanted to check the bodies.
みんなで一緒に使用人室に行きます。
We all go to the room together.
全員一緒に行動すれば安全よ。
If we all move together, it'll be safe.
マリア、落書き遊びはおしまいになさい。
Maria, stop playing with scribbles.
おお、落書きじゃない。
Not
ベアトリ
scribbles.
ーチェの問題を解いてるの。
I'm solving Beatrice's puzzle.
ベアトリーチェの問題
Beatrice's puzzle?
何のことだよ。
What's that? Show
俺
me.
にも教えてくれよ。
Yeah, tell me too. Okay. I
ロー
wanna
ザお
know.
ばさん。マ
Aunt
リアちゃん
Rosa,
は
are you bringing Maria? Do you
連れ
want
て
us to
行くんですか？
leave Maria alone in this room with a potential serial killer? Are you kidding? Oh, like running rampant around the house? Are you insane? It seemed George Anarchy was against the idea of bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene. But considering Maria would be alone if we left her here, it'd surely be safer to take her with us. In the end, it was just Anarchy's irresponsible humanism. We decided that all of us, including Maria, go to the servant room. Is Maria going to tell us what how she's progressing? I guess not. The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. Not just the bed, though. The whole room was covered with a gruesome paint from countless bloodstains. The dreadful scene alone was enough to give us an idea of the repulsive sight they'd been trying to describe.
おお、マリアも見る。
I want to look too.
マリアちゃんは僕と一緒にこ
Alright,
こで待ってよね。
get here with me. George Anarchy was standing by the entrance, covering her eyes with his back to the room. He probably didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's retinas with the repulsive blood in this room. It was surely the correct decision. Surely. Yeah, sure. I was acting tough right now, so I didn't mind. I feel like if anyone could identify something useful, it would be Maria, because most of these guys are fucking useless, but... Most of these guys are fucking useless and, like, vomit every time they see blood, but, you know... Or, sorry, not vomit, but go into a panic. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Maria's also the person who gives the least amount of fucks about this violence. She's just gonna be like, oh, okay. Anything interesting? Like ritual stuff? And the only one who can identify ritual implements, or like maybe pseudo-magical stuff, is Maria, so I don't know why you're keeping her out. It's like, ah yes, the person who can detect magic. Anyway, we'll keep them out of this potentially magical situation. Just because, you know, that would be silly. It would be silly to use the one person who's versed in magic to investigate a potentially quote-unquote magical mystery. I mean, if a like doppelganger appeared and tried to murder you, like, sure, fuck it, I'll take the crazy occult person. They might have some ideas, especially if they know something directly related to the person who's summoning this bullshit. For the rest of my life, whenever I see red paint scattered around, I'll probably remember this room and start to vomit. My retinas have already had this room burned into them. In other words, it's already too late for me. Huh? Right after they entered the servant room, Goda and Shannon trembled. We shook, wondering what new horrible situation had arisen to make them tremble again.
どうしたの?
What happened?
何事?
What is it? Aunt Rosa also shuddered, raised her gun high, and searched for whatever it is that made them shudder. But she couldn't find it. It was only natural. They were trembling because they couldn't find it. The bodies are missing. What in the world is going on? The two bodies aren't here. Yeah, Rosa knows Maria's been meeting with Beatrice every year in the past. Literally the only person who knows anything about witchcraft is here in this room when you start seeing really suspicious stuff, but and occult related stuff coming, like popping up left, right, and center. Like, come on, the person who's obsessed with the occult might know something useful. That's how it always goes, right? The crazy occultist will turn out to be right all along and know everything or most things about the issues you're dealing with. That said, no one here is genre savvy, even when they have someone who literally knows that they're dealing with, like, occult-themed murders, and that someone's obsessed with the occult. Like, everyone knows Maria likes the occult. I don't know why they're doing that. I guess they're just, too busy being bog standard and ignoring, like, obvious plot hooks. Maybe in Chapter 8 we'll have some of this shit happen. Maybe in the answer chapters we'll see some of this happen. the stuff that was fucking obvious that should have been done from the very start, not being done, is something that'll be corrected in a few chapters, probably. The bodies aren't here. Yep.
どういうことなの？
What does this mean? You think we hacked someone to pieces and moved the bodies now?
そんなはずないんです。
Can't be.
確かにお二人はここに。
They're definitely here.
おいおいおい。
Wait, wait, wait.
なんだよ。
What are you
死
saying?
体がどこかへ歩いてったってのか。
The corpse has just walked off
そん
somewhere?
なわけないだろ。
That's not gonna happen. That's not
だって
gonna happen, right?
この使用人室は施錠されてたんだろ。
Wasn't the servant room locked?
それを今、ゴーダさんが開けて入ったわけじゃないか。
Didn't you just unlock the door when you came in now, Goda-san?
ってことはなんだ。
What does that mean?
ジェシカの部屋と同じってことかよ。
Isn't this the same as Jessica's
また
room?
3つの中から消えたってのかよ。
Two someone's disappeared from inside a closed room again?
そんなバカな。
Ridiculous.
私にも何のことやら
I
さっ
don't
ぱ
know
り
what happened either.
私たちはこの部屋を出るとき確かに鍵をかけて
We left the room, we definitely locked.
私こそ何が何やらもう
What's going on
わからないのです
There was a timid, pitiful smile on Goda-san's face that he definitely wouldn't have let show normally. Shannon was the same.
2人の死体が消えた。
Two corpses disappeared,
しかも鍵をかけたのに消えた。
and they disappeared while the door was locked. Yep.
仮にカノン君が犯人だとしても、カノン君はマスターキーをもう持ってないはず。
Even if Canon-kun's the culprit, he shouldn't have had a master key anymore.
違います。
What's wrong?
カノン君は犯人じゃありません。
Canon-kun isn't the culprit.
シャノン
Yeah.
僕はシャノンを信じるよ。
I believe Shannon. I mean, they said they saw Canon, and all these people have died, so why would I not think it was Canon? Nobody's giving any useful information, or at least complete information.
カノン君は犯人なんかじゃない。
Canon-kun is not the culprit?
きっとこれ
Okay.
は彼によく似た何者かの仕業なん
It
だ。
must be the doing of someone who looked a lot like him. Your assumption from your girlfriend's assumption that their like brother isn't the killer is that it was clearly a doppelganger? George, your logic fucking sucks. You do not have the information to conclude a fucking doppelganger exists and was the killer. That is the dumbest explanation. It's like, oh my god, you say the killer looked like my brother? No way, it gotta be a doppelganger. Like, who the fuck in real life suggests that?
いいえ。
Now if they say, it looked like him, but it wasn't him, and when we killed it, it popped and disintegrated, like, yeah, okay, that'd be weird. Maybe then you could say doppelganger, but like, fuck, George doesn't have that info.
カノン君はマスターキーを手に入れられたわよ。
Canon-kun could have gotten a master key off the two corpses.
だって彼のマスターキーはジェシカちゃんの遺体のポケットから見つかった
After all, his key was found in the pocket of Jessica's
そ
corpse.
して
And
そ
who
の
took
鍵は
that
誰
key?
が手に入れた？
そうだ、南條先生が。
Dr. Nanja. That's right. Back then, it definitely was Dr. Nanja who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key. So if someone had the opportunity to search his corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Aunt Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker, and by now I also understood what that meant. If you assume two culprits, this can easily be explained. The first was Cannon, or maybe an imposter who looked like him. He finished off Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. They hid under the bed in the servant room beforehand, and while Dr. Nanjo's body was enshrined here, waited for Genji and the rest to leave. Then later they crawled out, took the key from the doctor's pocket, and carried the two corpses away for some reason. If they locked the door with the key, you'd end up with this closed room. Good plan. Alright, how are you gonna explain this one, Battler?
ジェシカの部屋の推理を前提になかなか素早く組み立ててきたものよ。
You constructed that one pretty fast, basing it off your reasoning from Jessica's
その
room.
方法なら魔法でなくても密室は作り出せよ
With that method, you could create a closed room even without
う。まずは
magic.
及第点というところか。
Should I give you passing
し
mark?
かし実に面白いが、
However, interestingly
お
enough,
前は一つ忘れてはならぬことがある
there's
ぞ。
one thing you mustn't forget. You think they're being busy? Yeah, you think they're being busy being real people who panic about murder and keep the kid away from it? Yeah, probably. But I mean, we are in our second iteration now, and Battler can sort of give himself orders, so I don't know what, like, I think at this point he should be focused on solving the murder through physical means rather than Rather than just being in shock at the murders. Meta battler, that is. Should be like pressuring him or some shit, but we'll see. Because it seems like he could, when he like rests his eyes, it crosses over. Like there's some information that crosses over where he rants about it being his turn or not his turn. Stuff like that when he's on the verge of falling asleep, so. There's some crossover, but at this point, like, the likelihood is you're all gonna die. At least they didn't leave her alone. I would have felt real bad if Maria got left alone and got murdered.
お前の言う方法で犯人がマスターキーを取り返したなら、
If the culprit took back the master key as you
そ
suggest,
の犯人はマスターキーを
they must have known
ジ
that
ェシカ
Nanjo
の遺
took the
体
key
か
from
ら
Jessica's
南
body.
條が回収。
言われなくても分かってるぜ。
You didn't have to tell me that. Which means one of you is the killer.
あの時、あの場にいた人物以外知り得ない情報だって言いてんだろ。
You're probably trying to say that it's information only the people in that place at that time could know. Correct. That's what she's saying. Only people who were with Nanjo in the room could know it, which means it's one of your people who's the killer. Which means it is one or more of the servants who are the killers. Huh. Alright, what do you got,
こ
Battler?
の第三の密室があっさり破られちまったもんで、そういう手で俺に闇を言うしかねえ
This
んだ。
third closed room was crushed so fast you're stuck trying to make hurtful remarks like that.
同じネタの繰り返しは芸がないぜ。
There's no art in repeating the same content over and over. Looks at 8 chapters of Umineko. I may have managed to bluff, but that one move of the witches hurt bad. It's true though, you can tell you're cracking under the thing you want to deny the most. This person's trying to close in on me from 2 directions, and it's working. On one hand, there's the frontal attack. She tries to force me to believe there's a witch using closed room tricks that only a witch could do. Yep. On the other hand, there's the rear attack where she tries to lure me into wanting a witch to exist by strengthening my suspicion of those close to me, because Battler is a dumbass and refuses to suspect anyone he knows to be the killer. Or any person he doesn't know to be a killer because he's stuck in this stupid paradox. Alright. In the first closed room, the chapel, she used the frontal attack, but it didn't work. By the second and third closed room, she's changing the direction of her attack. However, the fact she's changing the direction of her attack proves my resistance is having some effect. She must have given up on the frontal attack because she clearly can't win with it. I mean, I tried to settle my unease by thinking these things, but apparently the witch had seen through me long ago. To be fair, you're pretty
成
transparent.
功法は書かぬ。
I'm not abandoning my frontal attack. Oh, Beatrice?
絡めては成功法と同時に進めてこそ意味がある。
A rear attack only has meaning because it advances at the same time
絡
as
め
the
て
front.
のみに出するは手段が目的となった時に起こる愚策に過ぎぬぞ。
If I degenerate into only using the rear attack, it would merely result in a foolish plan where my means have become my goal.
そうですかい。じゃあ、お得意の赤で何者かが使用人室に隠れていたを復唱してもらおうじゃないか。
Well then, won't you repeat someone was hiding in the servant room using that red you're so proud of?
その必要はない。
No need.
お前の推理の前提は今から崩れる。
The premise of your theory is about to be destroyed. Ah, she's just like, watch the video.
お
Yes, really?
拒
apparently.
否かよ。
You refuse?
やっぱり誰かが隠れていたんだな。
Someone really is hiding?
ローザが今からお前の前提を崩す。
Rosa's gonna destroy your premise right now. Alright, you ready?
まあ耳を傾けてみよう。
Fun. Let's listen in.
信じてください、ローザ様。
Please believe us, Rosa.
確かにここに二人の遺体を安置したんです。
The two corpses were definitely lying.
この床の真っ赤な血は彼らのものなのです。
Bright red blood on the floor is theirs. Aunt Rosa began searching through various objects around the room, her back to Goda-san as he cried out in supplication. Eventually she found something and for a while stopped moving.
ローザ様、私たちは断じて嘘などついては、間違いなく二人の遺体は
Two
こ
corpses
こ
were
にあったん
definitely
です。
静かに。
quiet.
死体を隠した本人は 死体はよそに持ち去ったと告白しているわ。
The person who hid the corpses confessed they took them to another place.
これでね。
With this, Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder.
それは一体
What on earth is
ま
that?
さか
A letter?
礼拝堂にあったのと同じ
In a
本省
sealed
院の封
envelope?
筒の手紙
Just like the chapel?
ええ、そうよ。
Right.
ここに堂々と置いてあったわ。
It was set here out in the open. Oh
読むわ
boy.
ね。
I'll read it.
後宮家の皆様、
Members of the Ishiromiya family and its
黄
household.
金の碑文の謎解きはいよいよ佳境に入りましたでしょうか。
Have you now reached the climax of the riddle of the gold's
皆
epitaph?
さんに私を止めることができる唯一の方法が碑文の謎を解くことなのです。
There's only one way you can all stop me, by solving the epitaph's
そ
riddle.
れ以外のいかなる方法をもってしても私と儀式を止めることはできません。
There are no other options left to you that will result in the suspension of my
くれ
ceremony.
ぐれも皆さんの目的をお間違いなきよう
Take care
よ
not
ろ
to
しくお願い
misunderstand
申し上げ
your
ます。
current situation. Don't worry, we're gonna spend time arguing about whether or not someone's a killer or not. You can spend a little more time, Beatrice.
私を探そうとも無駄。
Searching for me will prove useless.
私から逃れようとも
Escape
無駄。
attempts will prove useless.
私を否定しようとも
Trying to
無駄な
deny
の
me
です。
will prove useless.
黄金のベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice the Golden.
追伸、
Yes.
二人の遺体を儀式にお借りします。
I borrowed those two corpses for my
後ほ
ceremony.
どご返却いたしますので、ご容赦をお願いいたします。
Let me return to you. In due time, I crave your
あ
indulgence.
と、この鍵は皆様のものですので、
Also,
ご
these
返却い
keys
たし
belong
ます
to you now, so I return them to you. As Rosa read that aloud, the contents of the envelope lay exposed on the palm of her hand. There were two master keys, the key Nanjo had found in Jessica's pocket, which had originally been Kanon's, and Kumasawa's master key.
なんだと
The hell? Yeah. Get wrecked, Battler. I saw that one coming.
ってことは
Does that
ど
mean
ういうことだよふざけんなよまたかよ
damn you again?
またマスターキーを持ってる使用人しか疑えないってのかよ
You're saying I can only suspect servants with keys again?
わらわは赤では言ってはおらぬ
Well,
ぞ。
I won't say it in red, okay?
彼らがこの部屋に施錠をして去った時、この部屋に何者かが隠れていた可能性を
I
否
won't
定
deny the
してはおら
possibility
ぬぞ。
that after they locked the door and left, someone was hiding in this room, okay? I mean, well. Yeah, I know. Beato is like screaming at them, try to solve the riddle, you dumb fucks. And they're like, why do you think she's reminding them, given that if they solve it, she loses? Why do I think she's reminding them of it? I don't know. I was thinking it's part of her game, and if no one's playing, it's fucking irritating, right? Like, Beatrice is hanging out with Battler here, playing a fucking game with him. I assume she's just yelling at them to actually try to solve the riddle, because it's fucking boring just murdering people without them actually trying to do something. It's one of those things where she's like super sadistic, and she's just like, I want to see people try to reach it and fail. And nobody's trying, so it's fucking disappointing, because all they're doing is just discussing whether or not anyone's actually a killer. And she's like, Jesus fuck, dude, I've told you like 30 times. Like, how stupid would it be? Like you're like fucking God, and you're like, okay, alright, you idiots, you're like, okay, you know, do this or I'll kill you, and no one listens to you to kill like half the people, and you're like, okay, I killed half the people, fucking do this, and they're like, nah, so you like kill off them, and they're like, does God really exist? And you're like, fuck, I've killed like 3/4 of your fucking population, and told you I did it. How is this not obvious at this point? Like, I feel like that's where we're at with Beatrice, where she's just like, God damn, dudes. She's like, I'm really trying to make it clear that we're here. You're supposed to be solving a riddle and not discussing whether or not one of you's the killer, because I'm the killer, you dumbasses. Like, that's the whole reason she's here, but no one's even bothering to try to solve the riddle. It's kind of annoying from a reader's perspective, though, because, like, we're in round 2. We're really hoping that they would just solve the riddle already, and they're probably not even going to bother to do it until, like, chapter 3 or 4. Which is, like, 4+ iterations. It's like, come on, guys, at least progress the main plot. We're we're in chapter 2, and apart from different people dying, nothing's changed, which is kind of annoying. Like, we've had more obvious magic, but the plot's basically the same. We spend the whole plot arguing whether or not anything's happening while people die. Everyone dies at the end, game over, and like, you feel like the whole chapter was kind of a waste plot-wise, because there was obvious plot hooks, the characters just didn't bother following it. When do I think it'll be solved? When do you think it'll... Well, okay, the riddle's probably getting solved, like, actually solved, 7 or 8. They might make an attempt earlier on, and it'll end up too late. That's the best I can hope for. Because it seems like this is a really straightforward plot where like they have really obvious plot hooks and resolutions and just nobody follows it. And it was like slightly similar in Higurashi, where I was like, okay, well, if we follow this up and get some investigations done, we might get somewhere. But that one didn't have a clear-cut ending. That was like me guessing what they might go with an ending. Whereas for this, they've really clearly set out an end goal for all the characters in the fucking murder mansion, and no one fucking follows it. It's like, hello? Can we at least try this? Someone? Anyone? Alright, if they hid under the bed, it would have been possible for them to carry the corpses somewhere. But they wouldn't have been able to lock the door. Master Key went through all the trouble to get... They went through all that trouble to get what's left right here. That's right, I forgot. What about keys specifically for this room? Servant room keys. Indeed. Those are kept in the key box in the center of the servant room. There are several servant room keys. All of those are inside the key box. Situation's the same as Jessica's room. It's not like servants would walk around with an unnecessary key when they have those convenient master keys. I can accept they're all kept in the key box. And the other conditions remain unchanged. Entry and exit are impossible except for the single door and single window. I would say, okay. So the window is on the first floor. This is something they could actually get out of, right? Hidden doors and irregular methods of entry don't exist. Rejoice, great detectives. Those were both locked. The door and window don't permit any kind of entry or exit when they're locked. It wouldn't work to remove the door and make a crack to slide in through or anything like that while the lock is still set. It's impossible to unlock the door without a servant room or master key. It's a pain having to read all this aloud every time. My sympathies pay attention. Sooner or later I should think of a word to put all this together and abbreviate it. But you can't repeat someone was hiding in this room. That alone won't break the door, open the door of a closed room, yeah. Well, Battler, you have to figure it out. It's useless. What happened to the spinning the chessboard around thing? Please, a boastful strange theory. Spin the border. What would I do if I were the culprit? I carry the corpses off somewhere. I leave a letter. I lock the door from the inside. I have to escape this room by some means. Is that even possible?
外に出られないと赤で言われちまってる。
I was told in red you can't get out except for the door or window.
お
At that moment, I got it. That's right. The culprit carried the corpses, left the letter, and since they didn't use a hidden door, they weren't able to escape. That's it. This isn't a question, it's an answer.
であと、
ベアト
復唱要求の前に、お前の言う隠し扉の定義を確認したい。
Before I ask you to repeat anything, I want to check the definition of hidden doors you're using.
何を思いついたやら
Oh, what have you thought of this time?
よかろ
I'll
う説
explain.
明する隠し扉とは知らぬ人間が認識できぬ出入り口のことであろうが
A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit but cannot be recognized as such by those who don't know of it beforehand, of course. Oh, that's a pretty good
そ
explanation.
んなこと子供でも知っておる
Even children know that.
つまり、部屋の外に出られなかったら、それは隠し扉じゃないってことだよな。
In other words, if you can't get outside the room with it, it isn't a hidden door?
ほうそうきたか
That's your game? It could be a hidden alcove, I see.
俺は、犯人は密室から抜け出したものだとばかり思っていた。
I kept thinking there needed to be some way for the culprit to escape from the closed room.
違うんだ。
It's wrong. So what he's saying is basically, you could have a hidden alcove that can't be readily identified as one, but since it doesn't leave you leaving the room, it doesn't count as a hidden door, or doesn't count as a hidden door or passage, right? It doesn't lead anywhere, so it's not her definition. Okay, so like, if you had like a hidden wall panel that could be moved, that you could hide behind, that's like where they could have been hiding in the room the whole time.
犯人だって密室から脱出できなかったんだ。だから隠れてやり過ごそうとした。
They decide to hide until we all left. During the second closed room, I tried applying this theory to Kanon-kun, but after hearing Kanon-kun was killed in red, I gave it up. After that, I proposed a third person might have been in the room before escaping through a hidden door. And then for the first time, I was faced with a red claim that no hidden doors exist. So he's concluding this. Okay. Move from there to where what I've just learned. The term hidden door refers to things that make it possible to enter or leave a room. In other words, the category doesn't cover things that don't actually lead in or out of the room, even if they could never be recognized by people who didn't know about them beforehand. So if we had something like a hidden shelf or a secret closet, for example, that wouldn't count as a hidden door. It means the third person from Jessica's room is hiding here, waiting for us to leave. How pathetic. It was all just a bit of wordplay. Looks like that technique should be enough to handle even this third closed room. If there's a hidden shelf under the bed or anything like that, that'd be enough. The culprit's hiding somewhere, waiting for us to leave. They're also trapped in this room with us, even now, which means, at this very moment, the culprit still hides in the servant room, holding their breath, and that means... What the hell? Even though we've been tortured by closed rooms 3 times, at this very moment we've gotten the culprit in checkmate.
ようやく見えてきたぜ。
I'm starting to see it.
くらえ、ベアト！
Eat this, Beato.
復唱要求！
Repeat
この部
it.
屋には、俺たち以外の誰もいない。
There is no one in this room other than
俺
us.
たちってのは、俺、ジョージの兄貴、マリア、ローザおばさん、ゲンジさん、ゴーダさん、シャノンちゃんのことだぜ。
By us, I mean George, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon. Got it? Okay.
どうだ言えねえだろ
What do you think? You can't say it, right?
ほうほう
痛えとこ疲れただろ
I'll bet that hit where it hurts.
拒否なら拒否と言いやがれ
If you refuse, then say it. Tim.
次行くぜ
Here comes the
復
next
唱要
one.
求
Repeat it. I don't know how they're hiding in the room, but if they are, this solves the second closed room, Jessica's room, at the same time. I finally caught her by the tail, and with this, I can explain everything. Witches don't exist, and I don't have to suspect anyone. Alright, starting now, I spin it all around. Now I'll have her repeat that.
この部屋にはお前たち以外は存在しない
No one exists in this room except your group. Wow, get fucked.
お前たちの定義とはバトラー、ジョージ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジ、ゴーダ、シャノンのことを指す
Your group refers to Bottler, Maria, George, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon. Ooh. That's a swing and a miss, Battler. I'm so sorry.
No.
What?
ジェシカの部屋に話を戻す
Let's go back to
ジェ
Jessica's
シカ
room.
の死体発見時ジェシ
When
カの部屋
Jessica's
にい
corpse
たの
was
は
discovered.
バトラー、ジョージ、マリア、ローザ、 源氏、郷田、シャノン、熊沢、南條のみだった。
When Jessica's corpse was discovered, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were in the room. Oh my goodness. Yeah, his name's Battler. It's the L, cause he's see, he would be a batter, but he's taken so many L's they just call him Battler. Guess he's always got to fit an L in somewhere. The corpse of Jessica is also included.
ジェシカの部屋の件、そしてこの使用人室の件の両方について、そなたが認識していた以外の人間は存在しない。
Okay. Both in the case involving Jessica's room and the one involving this servant room, nobody exists that you weren't aware of.
誰も隠れていない。
No one is hiding.
さらに言おう。
And I'll say more.
扉は鍵を使用せずに外から施錠する方法は存在しない。
No method exists by which the door can be locked from the outside without using a key.
窓については、外からはいかなる方法でも施錠する方法は存在しない。
Regarding the window, no method exists by which it could somehow be locked from the outside.
ついでに言おう。
And allow me to also say this.
そなたは無能だ。
You are incompetent in red. Oh, she's back to using red excessively. Now her laughter is in red.
バカ野郎。
Dumbass.
それじゃ本当に密室じゃねえかよ。
It's really a closed room, isn't it? It might be.
せっかく思いついたのに。
And just when I finally managed to think of a way out,
お前が隠れていたんなら全て説
you were
明がつ
hiding,
い
that
た
would
の
fix
に。
everything. Oh, I'm sure it would. It'd be
トリ
too
ックを打
convenient,
ち破れ
Battler.
たと思ったってのに。
Just when I thought I'd broken through to your trick. Damn it. Sorry, Battler. Well, you'll have to try again, Battler. He's frustrated and he's crying out of frustration. What are you, like 4 years old, actually crying out of frustration? It's useless. It's all useless. For a second, I thought I had it. It was all useless. Damn it. I was so sure I'd finally seen through her. I'd seen how she distracted me with her clever red wordplay and fooled me, and then when I thought I found a light in the darkness, it disappeared. It just disappeared, swallowed up by a blood-red sea. Red. Red, 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 red. No one's hiding, and there's no hidden door, and there's no way to get past the door or the window while they're locked. Have you just proven it's all impossible? Has the devil's proof been fulfilled? With a frontal attack? Impossible. It's impossible.
どうしたのだ、後ろ宮バトラー。
What's wrong, Battler?
魔女を否定する気で満々だったじゃない。
Weren't you so confident in your ability to
そ
deny
んな
witches?
ところで這いつくばって悔し涙を絞り出してどうしたんだ。
Why are you groveling and wringing out bitter tears in a place like this? Why are you doing that?
ああ、それはとっても素敵な方法。
Truly splendid
わ
talent.
らわを笑い転げさせて笑い涙の海で溺れ殺してやろうというのは確かに素敵。
Truly splendid how you're trying to make me fall over and drown in a sea of tears for my own laughter. Oh my goodness, Battler, you're
実
losing
は
this
そ
one.
うなんだろう。
What you're trying to do, right? Yes,
わ
I
ら
think
わ
so.
を笑って笑って笑い殺してやろうって手なんだろ
You're trying to make me laugh and laugh myself to death, right?
後ろ宮バトラー。
Ushiromiya Battler. Yeah, he is basically throwing pretty hard. That's a lot of ease. A lot of clicking. Let me click like 10 times to
何が魔
reveal
法
his name.
だ。魔女なんて絶対に否定してやる。
What are you calling magic? I'll prove witches don't exist. Alright, back to this. He's confident.
お前なんて絶対に信じない。
I definitely won't believe in you. Okay.
魔法の力で
Use
みん
the
な
power
を
of
面白
magic
半分にいじ
and
め殺して
bullied
るなんて。
and killed everyone for fun. Good lord, man. How are we this deep into the plot with Meta Battler of all people not understanding the plot hook?
絶対に認めね
I definitely won't accept this guy. This guy is probably If this guy was more nerdy, he'd be your stereotypical D&D player where even if the plot literally hits them in the face, they'll be like, where was the plot hook? Like, dude, there's been like 6 letters you received telling you explicitly to look into a riddle. How are you still failing this?
なあバトラー
Hey, Battler.
いじめすぎて悪かった
Sorry for bullying you so much. It's probably just so much fun,
わら
right?
わ側からチェス盤をひっくり返してやるぞ
I'll spin the board around from my side.
お前に代わってお前側の最善手を教えてやるよ
I'll stand in your place and show you the best possible move you can make. Yeah, that's not going to work out well for Battler, because she'd only ever think of something she has a solution to, for the most part. Let's see what we've got.
聞きたい
Want to hear? Want to hear her attempt at a solution? Does Battler need help? I think he might need help. He's getting bailed out by his enemy. Don't screw with me, I don't want to hear it. I'd like to,
ジェシカの部
actually.
屋の件
Consider Jessica's room.
そなたは実に良い
We're
と
off
こ
to a
ろを
good
つい
start,
て
you
い
know
た
that?
のだぞ
I thought it was an alright start, yeah.
隠れてやり過ごそうとした
All that about hiding, waiting for everyone else to
これ
leave.
は実にいい
It
着
was
眼
well
だっ
spotted.
た
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, honestly. Alright, well spotted, thanks. Well spotted, thanks.
だがなぜそれをカノンと19人目のわらわにしか考
Why
え
only
な
think
か
of
った
Canon and me? The 19th person?
そうか隠れてやり過ごすの隠れてが邪魔だったから考えが
I see.
至らなかったか
So the hide part of hiding and waiting got in the way, which prevented you from getting further.
ほーらもうわかるだろう
Come on, you see what I'm getting at, don't you?
ジェシカだよ
It's Jessica.
ジェシカ
Jessica! If Jessica were the culprit, a farce like this could be easily constructed. She kills Cannon, carrying him off somewhere. Then she plays dead and lets us walk by. But that's ridiculous. Nanjo definitely confirmed she was dead. She consumed something that made it appear that she was dead. For a couple hours. Who knows? Was Nanjo an accomplice too? No, he's dead now. He's dead now. That's wrong. I confirmed it. I confirmed Jessica was dead. Of course, I've never examined a corpse before, but she was definitely dead. I think so. Probably, surely, definitely what I thought, but wait. She was dead. Right? She was dead?
ジェシカもグルなのよ
Jessica
そ
was in
し
on
て
it.
検視をした南條もグル
And Nanjo, who examined her corpse, was in on it too.
ならば第三の密室など茶番だろうが
And then that makes the third closed room a farce, doesn't it? It's simple. Nanjo was in on it. In other words, he was the culprit's side, which means he was never dead in the first place. We thought his body disappeared after he was killed, but what if he was never in the servant room to begin with? And if Kumasawa Bachan disappeared with him, does that mean she's in on it too? That's not all. That's not all. The servants who all agreed to keep to that story, Genji and Goda, even Shannon, were also in on it. Then the one who stole the key from Maria's handbag was Jessica. It could even be a George Anarchy. After all, if Shannon's on the culprit side, that automatically makes George on the culprit side. Wait. They're all wolves? They're all wolves! They're all wolves. Not only am I drowning in an ocean of bright red blood, but there's packs of wolves clamoring on the banks whose blazing eyes tell me they'll eat me if I crawl out. Which way should I die? Which way should I die? Should I deny everything? Drown in a bright red sea? Should I learn the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by the wolves? It's either one hell or the other. I can't choose. Ah. Poor battler.
だからこそわらわがいる
And that's why I'm here.
さあ後ろ宮バトラーひざまずけ
Come, Ishiromiya battling. And kneel.
そして永遠の忠誠を誓ってわらわの靴を舐めるがいい
swear eternal loyalty and lick my shoe.
わらわを認めれば全ての謎に決着がつく。
If you accept me, all the riddles will be
わ
resolved.
らわの力をもってすればどのような密室も生み出せ、
With
そ
my
して
power.
打ち破れる。
Any kind of closed room can be created or destroyed.
バトラー、力ある者に屈服する喜びに身を委ねたくはない。
Battler, don't you want to abandon yourself to the joy of surrendering to one with power?
そなたはわらわの一番のお気に入りの
I'll
家
make
具
you
に
my
してや
favorite
る。
furniture.
そなたを愛して愛して灰になるまでわらわの玩具にしてやるよ。
I'll love you so much and make you my toy until you turn to ashes. She really likes her red text, doesn't she? She's still going on that red text. Alright, that was some red text for sure. Now
これ
it's
では
clear.
っきりしたわ。
In actuality, nobody's dead. Everyone's an accomplice to everyone else and nobody dies.
もう疑いようもない。
There's no longer reason to doubt.
はと言いますと。
What are you saying?
あなたたちが死んだという二人はここにいない。
How laughter has a truth value is one of the greatest mysteries of Umineko. True. But, I mean, she has laughter, and she has a few statements that are probably subjective. She said a few things that are questionable when she's, like, roasting people that are red, and you're like, oh, is that really true? Maybe. Yeah, only Canon is dead, everyone else is the culprit. How do we know that Beatrice is not lying to cover for Canon and he's actually alive? You said those two were dead, but they aren't
そし
here.
てベアトリーチェからの手紙があり、親切にも死体は持ち去ったと告白してくれている。
And now, we have this letter from Beatrice, who's been kind enough to confess she carried the
そうい
corpses
うこ
off.
とよ。
It's as simple as that.
もう茶番は飽きしたわ。
I have enough of this farce. As Rosa yelled this, she looked at all of us with a fierce expression.
茶番ってどういう意味ですか？
A farce.
私はジェシカちゃんの部屋で言ったわ。
I said it in Jessica
信
Chan's
用
room.
できるのは自分自身と死体となって見つかった者以外いないってね。
Yeah, you can't trust anyone but yourself and those whose corpses have been found.
そして死体が見つからない以上、あの二人が殺されたことを認めるわけ
We
にはい
can't
か
find
ない
the。corpses of them. We can't accept they've been killed.
待ってください。ローザおばさ
Please, Rosa.
ん、それはどういう意味です
What
か
do you mean by that?
南條先生と熊沢さんは死んでないわ。生きている。
Nanju and Kumasawa aren't dead. They're
殺
alive.
されたということにして、この屋敷のどこかに隠
We're
れている。
supposed to believe in their deaths, but they're definitely hiding somewhere in the mansion.
私たちを襲うためにね。
They can attack us? Oh boy.
なんでそんなことがわかるんですか？
How do you know that?
ゴーダさんたちが嘘をついていると言うんですか？
Are you saying Goda and the rest are lying?
ローザ様、この強弾。いえ、
I
後
know.
ろ宮家使用人に一同
All the Ashiromiya family service.
誓ってそのようなことはいたしません。
I swear nothing of the sort happened. Dude, you guys are doing nothing but giving half-truths as to the events that took place in this room. So nobody can come to any conclusion other than the fact that you're lying. I don't feel too bad for you, Goda, honestly. If he'd said anything about the fact that he was a fucking, like, demon or doppelganger or some shit that fucking disintegrated when they touched it and then he killed two people, that would make sense. But they haven't said anything like that. They're like, well, we saved someone and they look like cannon and then people died. The bodies aren't here. That's it. And it's like, you've given us no information other than that. Yeah, it was canon, but for some reason we kept him safe and he didn't kill two people, but also did at the same time, because we're not able to get our facts straight, like we're clearly lying. You swear nothing happened? Dude, I'd be tempted to shoot all three of the
南條
servants.
先生たちは
You all
殺
say
され
those two are dead.
でも死体がない以上、そ
There
れ
are
を
no
信じるわけ
corpses,
にはい
so
か
we
ない。
mustn't believe
あ
you.
なたたちが口裏を合わせて、そういう嘘をついている
There's
可
a
能
chance
性
you
がある
worked。out a story beforehand and you're lying.
あなたたちの無実を信じる方
There's
法
a good
は
way
ち
to
ゃんと
prove
あ
your
るわ
innocence, isn't there?
南條先生と熊沢さんの遺体が見つかることよ。
Find their bodies.
それが見つかったら私はあなたたちの話を聞いてみようという話にもなる
If you can find them, maybe I'll start listening to your story.
わでも見つからない限
Until
り
you do, you can't deny your
あなたた
oval.
ちは狼であることを否定できない
I'm not sure how finding the bodies actually proves that they're not killers. I'm really confused why Rosa thinks that. And from my impression, that finding the bodies wouldn't exactly prove their innocence. It's a weird demand to make, right?
あんたも
You
あんたも
and
黄
you.
金に目がくらんであの魔女に買収されたんでしょ
I bet you were all bought by that witch. Your eyes are blinded by
そん
gold.
なに金が欲しい
You really want money
そう
that much?
なんでしょ
That's right. That's right. Isn't-
一生遊んで暮らしたいの
You want to live the easy life as long as you live?
そんな人生に何の価値があるのよ
What value could a life like that possibly have? Rosa, come on.
ローザ様私たちは
We couldn't have.
そんな
黙りなさい
Be
そ
silent.
してシャノンそれ以上近づかないで
Shannon, don't
10
get
年
closer.
も恩を受けながらそれをあだで返すなって
Shannon, to think you'd repay a 10-year-long debt of gratitude with betrayal like
容
this.
赦なく引き金を引くわよ
I'll pull the trigger at that mercy. You haven't pulled the trigger on anyone yet.
そんな
Oh,
そんなのって
fuck it. It's
ひ
too,
どすぎます
too cruel.
ローザおばさん
Aunt Rosa.
それは暴言
That's
だ
horrible.
この部屋で殺人が起こった
Jesus, a murder occurred in this room? Yeah, two murders occurred with 3 other people as witness, and they literally won't even claim that anyone else did it. In fact, they say they saw a 4th person and that the 4th person wasn't the killer. Like, dude, George, you're fucking stupid and biased. This is the dumbest. Okay, if I've locked 5 people in a if I locked, wait, what, 1, 2, 3, if I locked 5 people in the room, and like in a house and told them to like stay in that house and don't leave until the next day, and they're like, yeah, we let a 6th person in, 2 people died, it wasn't the person we let in, but it wasn't us. I'd be like, the fuck are you smoking? Was it an accident? No, they were murdered. They were murdered. By who? It's like, well, we brought someone in, but it wasn't us, I swear. And it wasn't the person you brought in? No. Well, then who the fuck was it? How can you be sure it's murder? Is there another person I need to be concerned about? No. What? Like, the explanation doesn't follow. Basically, they're just like, it wasn't any of us in the room. Nobody killed him. And that's the conclusion we're going with. Yep. 3 people just had their throats split. 2 people just had their throats split randomly. There's blood everywhere because their throats were split. Did they do this to themselves? Nah. So, you know they were killed. And 3 of you were in the room. Watched them get their throats split. Aren't claiming that another person did it. And are claiming that yourselves didn't. Like, it's impossible. It has to be one of you idiots. It's like you can't just have 3 people claim someone was murdered in the room with them while they were watching and also say that nobody got murdered, that nobody murdered them. God damn, alright. Like,
そして犯人が死体を持ち去った
a murder occurred and the culprit carried the corpses away, and literally the 3 people standing there watching him kill them and carry the corpses away did nothing? And you're claiming they're not conspirators with him? Like, get the fuck out of here, George. There were 3 people watching this person kill them. You can't say that nobody... Then you can't have everyone saying they didn't see shit. They're lying. Like, I locked 4 people in a room for the 24-hour period. And at the end of the 24-hour period, 2 of them are dead. And I'm like, well, which of you idiots killed it? And they're like, oh no, sir, they just randomly got like 2 million cuts on their face. They randomly got stabbed to death. It wasn't either of us, though. Like, who's gonna believe that? They didn't even offer an alternative explanation of like a wizard fucking came in and murdered them. They're just like, yeah, they just randomly got stabbed 20 times. Sorry. Like, yeah, it just happens to people I'm around sometimes, you know? You know, I go to the convenience store. The guy I go to the convenience store, try to buy a snack. My card gets declined. Suddenly the cashier has 20 knife wounds on him and is dead. But I walk out with the candy because he said I could also have the fucking snacks. Like, yeah, it just happens, right? You go into a convenience store and, hey, everyone in there dies sometimes. It is what it is. That's like how high on copium George and Battler are, I swear to fucking God.
彼女たちはそれを正直に申告しているだけだ。
All they're doing is honestly reporting what they saw. No, they're not. Fuck off, George. Shannon's crying. Shannon finally broke down in tears. She sacrificed 10 years to the family. She sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life. She'd believe she built up a friendly relationship with Rosa, and this is what she got in return? Cry me a river, you're lying to everyone's faces. Even I know that you're lying, because we saw what actually happened, and she's still saying, I didn't see shit. This is what she got in return? You can kill a person without using a knife? Cry me a river, Shannon. If you would stop lying for 2 seconds about what actually happened in the room, maybe I'd feel sympathy. But she's lying, and everyone can tell she's lying because her story doesn't make any sense. I didn't have to be George Anarchy to realize Shannon Chan had been stabbed deep in the heart and she was shedding tears like blood. It's okay. Battler is gonna white knight her because he refuses to believe that anyone killed anybody and thinks that people spontaneously explode.
Shannon-san, 下がって。
Shannon-san.
ローザ様、確かにこのゴーダはお勤めして日も浅く、信用を勝ち得ていないのはわかります。
And say back, Rosa, it's true that I, Goda, have not served you for many years, and I understand I've not earned your trust.
しかし、
However,
せめてシャノンさんだけでも信じていただくわけには参りませんか。
no, her story doesn't add up, and neither does yours, Goda.
彼女は10年間も後ろ宮家に
I
奉
don't
仕を
give a
捧げて
flying
まいりま
fuck
した。
how many years she sacrificed for you. If you're gonna tell me she's murdering people, if you're gonna say turn a blind eye to her potentially murdering me, I'm gonna say no.
このゴーダを信じろとは
I'm
申
not
しませ
telling
ん。
you to believe me.
せめてシャノン
Believe
さん
in
だけでも
Shannon. That's
信
right.
じてやっていただくわ
That's
けには
right.
参
Two
りません
people
か。
throats just randomly got slit open, but it wasn't magic. It was a person, but it wasn't a person. It was a person that was canon, but it was also not canon, but distinctly canon. And you're not gonna say it was anything weird or magical. It's just canon was in the room with you. A bunch of people died, and then canon was gone, and they were dead, but nobody killed. Like, it doesn't. The story doesn't add up. Please, at least explain it. If they would at least try to explain what actually happened instead of just being like, well, we brought in Cannon, some people died. Cannon didn't kill anyone. He's gone now. He disappeared, but 2 people died. It's like, the story doesn't add up. You're either covering for Cannon or you're the killer. Like, there's 2 answers here if you want to assume no supernatural nonsense. And since Shannon, Genji, and Goda aren't suggesting anything supernatural, or even telling the truth about the fact, they sound really suspicious. I don't really feel bad for them getting accused. And if any of them get, I'd kind of feel like it was justified if some of them got shot for lying and making themselves sound like a serial killer. Can I believe in Shannon? Even I don't understand anymore. I don't get it. We can't search for an answer without suspecting them. Bit by bit, I'm starting to understand. It's because we've been searching for an answer. That's why everything keeps going wrong. We don't need an answer. They're all strange murders committed with bizarre magic by 19th person, the witch Beatrice, in accordance with the previous ceremony. Shut up, we don't care about that. We want to investigate the murders and ignore the plot hook. Isn't that enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. Well, I guess we're getting towards endgame. Shannon Chan and Goda were protesting their innocence, half crying. Genji quietly put a stop to that.
よしなさい。
You
ロ
know,
ーザ様の言うことはもっともだ。
what Rosa says is quite
死
sensible.
体を見つけない限り。
No, it isn't. We can't prove
Nanjo
Dr.
says-
Nanjo and Kumasawa's innocence until we find the corpses.
熊沢の無実は
Right.
証
By
明
Rosa's
できる
argument, if their corpses can be found, the innocence of them alone can be proven. But it only counts for the corpses. Even if the survivors search the mansion and find the corpses, in the end, their own innocence is never proven. They kidnapped Nanjo and Kumasawa, killed them in another place, and locked the closed room with their own master keys. Unless the door could be broken down by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. Yep. But it couldn't be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. And that can only happen if they meet the culprit, become corpses, and are reunited with Aunt Rosa. Isn't it strange? They're innocent if they die, but guilty while they live, like a witch trial. Alright, the enemy is a witch. Everything's cool. Is that it? Is that it? Yeah, but we're refusing to acknowledge the supernatural, or even pretend to acknowledge, or even consider it for a possibility. So, that is what it is. We are furniture in service to the Shiromiya family. Whether you trust us or not is no business of ours. Whatever assessment you give us, we'll merely continue serving until our final hour.
あなたは本当に使用人の鏡ね。
You really are a model
お父
servant.
様が心を許すのもよくわかるわ。
I deeply understand why Father
そ
trusts
んなあ
you.
なたまで疑わなくてはならないなんて。
It's heartrending I have to suspect even you. By the way, how is the old man? Is he still up in his room? Genji-san stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key and set it on a nearby table. I believe I was given this as a sign of the trust placed in me. If that trust has been lost, I think it's only natural I return it.
それはいい判断ね。
It's a good
今日
decision.
何度もあなたたちが疑われてきた最大の根拠は、
Those keys are the main reason you've been suspected several times today.
それを手放せば疑いが晴らせるのではないかというのは、
It seems
初歩
elementary
的では
letting
あ
that
るけれど、
letting go of these might clear that
まあ
suspicion.
悪いことじゃないと思うわ。
But I don't think it's a bad idea. You too. Genji looked at Goda and Shannon. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys on the table. Aunt Rosa laid the two master keys that had come out of the envelope on top. With that, all 5 keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all the servants' service until today had been negated. Even the final honor they should have been permitted stripped from them.
マリア、その手提げを貸しなさい。
Maria, give me the handbag.
返して
Give it back. Aunt Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed the master keys in there, and held up one of them for all to see. She was showing us she now had all the master keys.
これで満足かい。
Are you satisfied now, Aunt Rosa?
これでマスターキーはローザおばさんが持つものだけだ。
Now you have all the master keys?
これで
Is
満
that
足なんだ
satisfying?
ろ。
Shut the fuck up, George.
ええ、満足よ。
Yes, I'm
たとえ
satisfied.
全員が信用できなくても、私は私自身だけを信用
If
す
I
るこ
can't
とがで
trust
きる。
anyone else, I can at least trust myself.
その私が銃とマスターキーを独占で
I
きた。
got the gun and all the master keys for
これで
myself.
私はもう誰も疑わずに済むの。
No, I don't have to
あな
suspect
たたちも
anyone.
嬉しいでしょ。
You're all happy now too,
これ
right?
でもう疑われずに済む。
You don't have to be suspected anymore? He's close to losing it. At that time, Maria, who alone seemed to be watching this as though it were a show, sneered at her mother. Aunt Rosa reacted nervously to that laugh and turned around.
鍵なんか関係ないよ。
Keys don't have anything to do with
ベア
this.
トリーチェは魔法で扉を開けられる。
Beatrice can open doors with
鍵なん
magic.
ていらない
She doesn't need
そんな
keys.
もの誰が持っていたって持っていなくたって関係ないんだよ。
It doesn't matter who has or doesn't have something like that. Don't worry, people are refusing to acknowledge magic for the second arc in a row. We're still at the point where we don't acknowledge it.
その笑い方をやめなさいっていつも言ってるでしょ。
Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? She does.
なーに、バトラ君。
What is it, Battler? I had just cut in between the two of them. That's not it. I was on my knees hugging Maria's head. I was crying. You're gonna have blood on your pants, eh?
もう
Stop it already, Aunt Rosa.
よしてくれよ。
Oh, Battler.
マリア。
Maria was right.
な、
What are you talking about?
何を言っているの。
マリア、
Maria.
疑って
I'm sorry
悪かった。
for doubt.
信じなくて
I'm sorry
悪かった。
for not believing.
バトラー、
Battler.
全部 魔
was
女
all
の仕業だったんだ。
the witch is doing.
魔女の
The witch is
スト
doing.
リックとかミスとか、どうでもよかったんだ。
All that stuff about tricks and closed rooms didn't matter.
ただ、
It's just
ただ、ベアトリーチェっていう魔女が実在
the
して、
witch Beatrice actually
本
exists.
当に魔女だ
And
った
she's
だ
really
け
a
なんだ
witch.
それも、俺は信
And
じなかっ
because
たか
I
ら、
didn't believe,
こんなにも苦しくて、
it's been painful and sad.
悲しくて。
バトラはベアトリーチェを信じてくれ
You
る？
believe in Beatrice?
ああ、信じる。
You
ベア
believe
トリーチェはいるんだ。
Beatrice
そし
exists?
て、不思議な
She's
魔
a
法を
witch who
使
uses
う。
strange magic?
バトラ、
Mario let go of my hand, and then she was the one holding
そ
my
れで
head.
いいんだよ、バトラ。
That's enough.
ベアトリーチェはいたの。
Beatrice
バト
existed.
ラがなかなかそれを信じられなかったから
You
言え
had
な
so
かっ
much
た
trouble
の。
believing. Couldn't see her.
魔女はいるの。
Witches
い
exist.
る。
They exist.
もうすぐ来る。
And will come
バ
soon.
トラはベアトを信じてくれたからきっと黄金鏡へ招かれるよ。
You believed in Beatos, so you'll surely be invited to the
も
Golden
うす
Land.
ぐ、
Soon now.
もうすぐだからもう何も怖くない。
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
怖くないよ。
No need to be afraid, okay?
マリアと一緒にお手手をつないで
Stay
絶
with me,
対
hands
一緒に
joined,
いよ。
okay?
一緒にヘブンの謎を考えよ。
Let's think about the riddle of the epitaph
ベア
together.
トの問題を考えよ。
Let's think about Beatos'
ベア
puzzle.
トは最初から言ってるよ。
She's been saying it from the
こ
beginning.
の問題を解いて遊ぼうとしか言ってないよ。
She hasn't said anything other than let's play and solve this puzzle.
あ
Right, she
あ、そう
did.
だったんだ。犯人探しなんて。全くの
Searching
時
for the
間の無
culprit,
駄
the
俺
waste
た
of
ちは。
time. If only
た
we
だ
had
魔女を
just believed in
信じればよかった
the
んだ。
witch. After gently brushing my cheek as my tears kept dripping down, Maria kissed my forehead as soft as a feather, and for just that instant, Maria's smile, which once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel. I'm a little bit confused. So, Meta Battler actually got slain with magic, resurrected, and saw that bullshit, and he still doesn't believe. But this battler believes at such a simple series of puzzles as what? 2 or 3 sealed rooms? I don't get it. They're supposed to be the same person, right? Shouldn't he reject it? Even upon seeing some real magic, he should be rejecting this shit outright if he's at all like Battler, right? I'm a little bit confused how these battlers are different, as this sounds like something that Meta Battler should be saying, whereas this battler, who hasn't even seen any real evidence of magic, other than some difficult closed rooms, should be like, well, it's not magic. Whatever, alright.
マスターキーはお返ししましたが、
But that instant Mario smile, which once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel. We've returned the master keys, but our loyalty to the family will not change.
100枚は以後、お許しがない限り
Ah,
立ち
you
入り
think
ま
he
す。
just said magic is real so Rosa stops threatening people? Maybe. From now on, we won't enter the parlor without permission.
どうかローザ様も
Rosa, please
客
lock the
間を
parlor
内
from
側
the
より
inside.
施錠なさ。
本当に首相な人ね。
You're truly an admirable person.
台風が過ぎ去ってこの島に再び海猫の鳴き
When the
声が戻って
typhoon
きた
passes,
な
if the
ら
cries of the seagulls return to this island once more,
私たちは再び互いを信
I
頼し
wonder if
合え
we'll be
る
able
の
to
か
trust each other once more.
もし再びの信頼を賜えるのでしたら、
If you grant us your trust once more, there could be no greater pleasure.
そうね
I see.
私たちは必ず分かり合えるわ
We'll definitely understand each other
海猫の鳴く頃に
when the seagulls cry. And we go
こ
into
の
what
部
is
屋
the
は
final
警察
section
が
of
来
this
るま
chapter.
でこのままにした方が良いでしょ
It would be best if we left this room as it is until the police come.
う。ローザ様、
Rosa, please
施
lock
錠
it.
をお願い。私たちは厨房
We
へ
will
戻り
return
ま
to the
す。
kitchen.
何かございました
If
ら
you need anything, command us
い
at
つで
any
も
time.
ご用命ください。
ありがとう
Thanks.
あなたが多かったなんて
If
シ
you're
ャ
a
ーシャー
wolf,
と
how
歌う
shamelessly you speak. So we have 2 more dead, right? We need... How many more need to die? We are left with 5 people. So we need to have like 4 deaths. I assume Kinzo's dead, so... basically, we need to have 3 more people die. And that's looking like it's gonna be these 3. They bite it in the final minutes, and then it's Rosa, George, Battler, and Maria to reach the... No, wait, it's 5 survivors, right? Is it 5 survivors or 4 survivors? I think it's 5 survivors. Does Shannon live then? Or does Kinzo live this route? Guess we'll find out.
そしてあなたが羊だった
And
な
if you are a
ら、あ
sheep,
なたを狼の檻に放り出して、
I'm sorry for throwing you into the cage of the wolves.
家具は家に運命を委ねます。
Furniture entrusts its fate to the family.
命を落とすことになろうとも。それによってローザ様の信頼を再び勝ち取れるならば、
If I could regain your trust by giving up this life of mine, I consider it a great honor.
できることならば、あなたたちが台風が過ぎ去るまで元気でいることを願
I
っ
hope
てい
you all
ます。
manage to remain safe until the typhoon passes, if such a thing
こ
is
れはすべ
possible.
て台風が奏でる暴風と降雨の競争曲。
The rhapsody of blowing winds and pouring rain performed by the
演奏が
typhoon.
終われば幕が下り、
When the performance ends and the curtain
私た
closes,
ちは再び手を取り合えるに違い
we
な
will
い。
surely be able to grasp hands together again.
海猫の鳴く頃に。
And the seagulls cry. Aunt Rosa nodded in response. Genji turned on his heels. He left the servant room. Goda's face was still streaked with tears, but maybe he sorted out his feelings as he listened to Genji-san's words. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of the Goda-san we knew well.
私も厨房に控えております。
I'll also be waiting in
何
the
か
kitchen.
ございましたらいつでもご用命くだ
If
さ
you
い。
need anything, please command me at any time.
温かい食事をお望みでしたらいつでもこの豪だ最
you
高
wish for
のお
warm
料理
food,
を
I,
用意させて
Goda,
いただきます。
will have the very best prepared for you.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
あなたには明日の朝食を頼みたいわ。
Thank you. I cannot wait for your breakfast tomorrow.
明日の昼前には船も来るでしょう。
And the boat will probably arrive come
今ま
midday.
でありがとう。
Thanks for everything until
六
now.
軒島で唯一の楽しみがあなたの食事だったわ。
Your cooking was my only pleasure on Rockinjima.
かしこまりました。
Certainly. Yeah, Genji, Shannon, and Ken are like, we're furniture and live to serve, and Goda and Kumasawa are just like, dude, we're just employees. What the fuck, are you smoking? Yeah. Yeah, they're totally like that. It's like, damn, you guys have been indoctrinated hardcore. What the fuck?
この豪だ最高の朝食を用意いたしま
We'll
す。
prepare a supreme breakfast.
どうか明日の朝を楽しみに
Please
して
look
くだ
forward
さ
to
い。
tomorrow morning. That said, if they're not orphans and actually like constructs or some shit, then maybe it makes more sense.
ありがとう。シャノンちゃんも。
I mean, they do have like magical ability. At least Canon has magical abilities. We don't know about Genji and Shannon, but it might be safe to say if Kanon has magic Psy blades, Shannon and Genji might have them as well. I don't think that's an unreasonable stretch. So if they're all like magical or psionic, then they definitely have. They might actually be furniture based on their own definitions. Right?
明日の朝に美味しいコーヒーを飲みながら仲直りをしましょう。
Shannon, tomorrow let's make up and have some delicious coffee.
ジョージ君。
George, can
僕も彼らと一緒に行く。
いいんです。庄司様、
Right, George.
どうか客間にお戻りになってくださ
Please return to the
い。も
parlor.
うマスターキーは他にありません。
There are no more master
だか
keys.
らローザ様とご一緒に客間にいれば誰にも脅かされません。
If you're with Rosa-sama in the parlor, you won't be threatened by anyone.
そうね。
You're
そう
right.
いうことになってる。
Now things have sorted themselves out, isn't it?
客間に私と一緒にいるのが客観的に考えて一番
Objectively
安全だ
speaking,
と
you're
思う。
safest with staying with me in the parlor.
でも無理に一緒にいると
But
は
I
言わ
won't
ない。
force you to
ジ
stay
ョー
with
ジ
us.
君はジョージ君の安全だと思う場所にいればいい。
George, stay any place you feel is
ジョージ
safe.
君ももう大人だも
You're
ん。
already an
明
adult.
日の朝までどこで誰と過ごそうと自
It's
由だ
up to
ね。
you with whom and where you spend your time until tomorrow.
そうさ、僕は誰と夜を過ごすか決める。
With who I spend this night.
あ、
Aniki.
兄貴。
バトラ君はローザおばさんと客間にいるんだ。
Battler. Stay with Aunt Rosa in the
きっ
parlor.
とそれが一番
I'm
安
sure it'll
全
be
なんだ。
safest there. Does that swing the numbers to 4 and 4? Or what does that change the numbers to? Battler, Mario, Rosa. That's not looking good. Battler, Mario, Rosa puts them as a group of 3, making them likely to die, right? Battler, Mario, Rosa is a group of 3, and there can be 5 survivors by default. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not looking good. George is splitting them up. So George is splitting off, getting them killed. R.I.P. in peace.
客間の外はそれに比べたら安
Everywhere
全で
outside
は
the
ないと思
parlor
う。
is dangerous in
な
comparison.
らそんな場所にいる
I
彼女
can't leave her in a place like that alone.
僕は
俺は決してシャノンちゃんや他
It's
の
not
使用
like I
人を
suspect Shannon and the other servants, or anyone at
誰か
all.
を誰も疑いたくないんだ。
I don't want to suspect anyone. We
Lisa.
know. The inheritance, the gold,
そんなのくだそんな
nothing.
殺し合い
There's
なん
no
て
way people kill each other over things like
あ
that.
るわけねえじゃねえかよ。
バトラ君の心が美
I
し
know
いこ
better
と
than
は
anyone how pure your heart is,
誰も
Battler.
君を誰も
No one will blame you. No one.
大丈夫。
That's
バトラ
alright.
はマリアが守る。
I'll protect you,
マ
Battler.
リアと一緒ならベアトリーチェでも手出しできない。
If you're with me, even Beatrice won't be able to lay a hand
だっ
on
て
you.
マリアはちっちゃくても魔女だもの。
I might be small, but I'm still a witch.
マリアちゃん
Alright.
バトラ君を
I leave
Yes.
Battler in your care.
さあシャノン
Alright,
行こう。
Shannon. Let's go.
はいローザ様
Rosa?
それでは失礼させていただきます。ご用命がございましたらいつでもお呼びつけく
If you
だ
have
さ
an
い。
order, call me at any time.
さっきはひどいことを言ってごめんなさいね。
Sorry for saying something
明
so
日の
cruel.
朝まで許さなくてもいい。
I don't expect you to forgive me until
Em.
tomorrow morning.
明日
When
の朝
morning
になっ
comes,
た
let
ら
me apologize once more.
もう一度謝らせて。
はいありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. George, Aniki, and Shannon Chan left the servant room together, and now only Maria, Rosa, and I were left in this disgusting, blood-stained room. Until Genji disappeared, until Goda disappeared, until George, Aniki, and Shan disappeared, we stood there shocked. After their presence and footsteps had completely disappeared, Aunt Rosa giggled as though she'd just remembered something pleasant.
何も信用できないわよ。
You can't trust them.
家具どもが。
That damn furniture. That one sentence made me choke. Why are you
なんでそんなことを言うんだよ。
something like that?
マスターキーは5つで全部。
5 master keys in
そ
all?
んなの誰が信じるの？
Who'd believe
どう
that?
せ複製の鍵があるに決まってるのよ。
It's obvious a duplicate key exists.
彼らが懐から鍵を出したくらいで信用なんかでき
As
る
if
もの
we
か。
could trust them just because they pulled keys out of their pockets.
そ
You
り
don't mean
ゃ
that,
ね
right?
その鍵を置いたってのはよ。
By sitting down the keys, they weren't just letting go of them.
鍵を手あんた彼らの今日までの苦労全て台無しにして怪我して踏みつけて
You've made all their hard work count for nothing, disgraced it, trampled it.
その挙句として
In the end, made them give up
その
their
鍵を
keys.
手放させその捨て台詞は何だよ
What's that parting line? Shut the fuck up,
こ
Battler.
こまでして見せて
They've shown they're willing to go this
No,
far, we can trust them.
Mariate.
Too much, that's too much? Yeah, okay.
悪魔の証明なのに。
The devil's proof.
マスターキーは全部で5つ。
There's 5 master keys in
そん
all.
なこと証明不能なのよ。
It's impossible to prove
マ
that.
スターキーが5つあることはここに置けば示せる。
You can show there are 5 keys by placing them in here, but you can't
5
prove
つ
no
以
more
上
than
存
5
在しない
exist.
ことは証明できない。そんなことは悪魔か魔女にしか証明できないのよ。
Only a demon or witch could prove something like that, right? Oh no, Meta Battler's crying now too. Good
もう
lord,
やめて
dude.
くれもうやめて
Cry me a fucking river, Meta Battler. We're in this situation because of you.
頼むよベアトリーチェ今すぐ現
Stop
れ
it
てくれ
already. Beatrice, please show
そして
yourself.
ローザおばさんに赤でマスターキーは5本しかないって
Tell
言
Aunt
ってや
Rosa
って
in
くれ
red there's only 5 master keys.
頼むよ
五条だよ。悪魔にしか証明できないんだよ。魔女のお前なら証明できるんだよ。
Can only be proven by devils, by a witch like
ダブ
you.
ルベアト。ここに現
Show
れ
yourself and tell Rosa those are all the master keys.
マスターキーはそれで全部だか
There's no need to suspect
ら。もう
anyone
みん
anymore.
なを疑わない。
マスターキーは5本しかない。
There are only 5 master keys.
マスターキーは5本しかない。
There are only 5 master keys.
これはどうしたことか。わらわがいくら口にしてもローザに届かぬ。
No matter how often I say it, it won't reach Rosa's ears.
どうやらわらわの存在を否定している奴がまだいるから聞こえない
After all, it
みたいだな。
seems there's still someone who denies I exist,
後ろ宮バトラー。
Oh, Shiromiya Battler?
認める。認めるよ。お前はいるいる、確かにいる。
I accept that you exist, you don't exist. Is he bitching out now? Is that what he's doing?
だから五条だよ。
I'm begging you, stop this
もう
already.
やめて。もうやめて。
Wait, there's actually nothing here? I was waiting for the dialogue to appear. Words alone are not enough. Show it with your actions.
わらわの家具になると心から誓
Swear from your heart you'll become my furniture.
い。できるか？
Can you do it?
服を脱げ。裸になるんだよ。そ
Take
し
off
て
your
両手
clothes.
をついて地に這え。
Be naked, put your hands on the ground and crawl.
着衣は霊長にのみ認められた証だ。
Clothing is proof of one's humanity.
貴様は今から家具になるんだよ。だからその資格を失う当然のこと。
From now on, you'll become furniture, so it's only natural you'll lose that right. As much as Beato is applying its battler spell at this point, Rosa denies magic, so you don't know if he can unilaterally do anything. I mean, if he wants to believe in magic now... okay, so one, it's entirely his fault they're in this second scenario to begin with, so it's 100% Battler's fault he's experiencing this. This entire scenario playing out is literally because Battler refused to believe Beatrice existed. So, like, it's 100% his fault. Rosa's denying magic, and it's kind of just like an ironic denial because at least Rosa doesn't have an excuse. She hasn't seen any magic, right? Or Rosa has an excuse. She hasn't seen any actual magic, so she has to suspect real people. Okay? Now, she has seen Beatrice presumably exist. I don't know why she's ignoring her existence all the time and doing nothing but suspecting people in the group. That's kind of weird. But you know what? It's kind of funny because she's basically just doing what Battler was doing in his own route, right? In the previous route, Battler did nothing but scream up and down that witches didn't exist, or waffle back and forth on whether or not it was an outside or an inside force, so he never had to actually accuse anyone. And here we're getting basically the same thing, where Rosa is paranoid that it's someone from within the group and magic doesn't exist because magic can't exist. But at least Rosa has like a... She saw Beatrice fix the candy? Maybe. Maybe. Like, that's an okay example, I think, where I'm like, what is Rosa doing? I don't really get it, but it's kind of funny because, you know what, Battler's the same way. Except Battler isn't continuously seeing magic, or Rosa isn't continuously seeing magic, but Battler is. So, like, Rosa saw one instance of actual magic and hasn't seen any since then. And Battler's done nothing but experience more and more magical encounters, and he's still, like, denied it. So, like, whatever. She saw one thing, it slipped... She saw one thing that might have been magic or a really good sleight of hand trick. And that's all she's seen. Like, she's not actually seeing any of the crazy magic shit. The annoying thing is that we're spending another chapter on the magic denial process, which makes me feel like the entire first two chapters haven't actually progressed the main plot of the story anywhere, and we've basically been at a standstill. Like, maybe chapter 3 goes somewhere, but it's so blatantly obvious that magic exists, especially in this chapter, that it's kind of silly that anyone would suggest otherwise. I'm curious what chapter 3 is going to bring if that's the case. Or is Battler going to come back to claw his way back from this seeming defeat and go back to claiming magic doesn't exist? Yeah, Beato's getting pretty kinky here.
そしてひざまずけよ。わらわの靴に舌を這わせろ。
Kneel and make your tongue crawl in my
で
shoes.
きるか
Can you do it?
できるんだよな。
You can do it, right?
そうしたら現れてやるよ。赤で言ってやる。
Can you do all up here and say it in
マ
red?
スターキーは5本しかないってローザに言ってやるよ。
I'll tell Rosa there are only 5 master keys.
ああ、でも分かってる。
You'll never abandon that
誇り
lordly
高き
pride
お
of
前
yours.
のそれでもいいんだよ。十分なんだよ。
You've done
ちょ
well.
っとグラーってきただろ。
You've done more than enough, and you're starting to get that tingly feeling, aren't you?
靴を舐めてもいいから一瞬思っただろ。
Just for a moment, you thought licking my shoes wouldn't be so bad, didn't you?
すぐにそれを否定して自分を恥じただろ。
And you immediately denied it, felt ashamed, right?
そ
Right?
の表情が見れるだけで最高に素敵な
Just
気分
looking at your
なんだ
expression
よ。
feels...
ざまねえ顔だよ。鏡で見てみろよ。
That face of yours is so pathetic. Go look in the
裸
mirror.
になって
You'll
靴
see how
を
low
舐
you
め
are.
てる最低なお前が映ってる
Naked and
ぜ。
licking my shoes, right?
見えるかよ。後ろ宮バトラ
Can you see it? Is Shiromiya battling? Oh. Is time passing? And we're going to 4, to 5, to 6. So a few hours are going to pass. Okay. A lot of time moving forward. This might be one of the last few scenes in the arc, based on the rate we were going through things last time. The clock is really big too, by the way. It's fucking huge. Can't believe it.
それが真相だと
Are
いう
you
のか
saying that's the truth? Are you telling me that they only told George the truth and they didn't tell anyone else the truth? That's fucking stupid, but here we are.
はい。
Yes.
私たちは見た
We
まま
told
の
you
こと
everything as we
をお
saw
話
it.
ししています。
George folded his arms and started mumbling again, and the kitchen was once again wrapped in a long silence.
ジョージ様がにわかには信じられない気持ちも私はよくわかります。
I'm aware how hard it must be for you to believe that also suddenly.
何しろこの目で確かに見たはずの私ですら
After all,
彼
even
が
though I
何だ
saw
っ
it
た
with
の
my
か
own
わから
eyes,
なくなる。
I grow less and less sure what it was I actually saw.
私は確かに見た。
I'm sure I
そ
saw.
して取っ組み合いまでした
I'm sure
は
I
ずな
got
ん
in
で
a
す。
fight too.
なのにあれが全部幻だったような気す
I
らす
almost
る。
feel like it was all an illusion.
なるほどね。あのローザおばさんに詳しく話せないわけだ。
That's why you couldn't go into details in front of Aunt Rosa.
今の話を本当にしてたら、もっと
If you
面倒
actually
な
told
ト
her
ラ
we
ブル
told
に
me
なっ
you'd
て
be
い
in
た
more
だろう
trouble.
ね。
That doesn't follow, but okay.
源氏さんが随分冷静な対応をしていたのが分かりました。
Genji really did handle that one composedly, did he? No, he didn't. Rosa's actually seen the witch perform magic, and you think that telling her that it was a literal magic event is gonna be something she won't believe? Gods, you guys are stupid beyond belief.
私に
If only I had the
それ
power to
を
explain it
説明す
myself.
るだけの力があればよかったのです。
George had not actually seen it, and even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural, because even the people who actually saw it had given up asking themselves what it was.
話を少し巻き戻すよ。
Let's rewind the story a bit. Yeah, can we rewind to the point where you explain why you didn't tell anyone else that you saw a doppelganger? And the doppelganger killed people? Because you look like fucking idiots here. And the only reason George is here is because he's actually stupid.
シャノンはカノン君が偽物かもしれないと思った時、クモの巣を取ってきたと言った
You
ね。
said when you thought Kanon was an imposter, you picked up some spider webs and came
どう
back,
して
right?
そんなことを？
Why on earth would you do that?
そうだ。それは私も思っていまし
I was thinking that
た。
as
ど
well.
うしてクモの巣だったん
White
です。
spider webs?
前に熊沢さんに聞いたことがあるんです。
I happened to hear it from
大
Kumasawa-sama.
昔の六軒島には悪霊が住んでいて、その雲の巣を
A
恐
long
れた
time ago, evil spirits lived on Rockinjima, and they, feared spider webs.
それで雲の巣を魔除けと尊んで大切にしたという昔話があるんだそうです。
They say there's a legend that people treasured spider webs as amulets.
それでその とっさに
And right at the moment,
私も少し混乱していたんだと思います。
そんな話が。
when it comes to those old
熊沢は
stories,
そういう昔話に詳し
Kurosawa
か
was
った。
very knowledgeable.
雲は液中ですからね。
Well, spiders are useful bugs
確か
after all.
にそういう進行があってもおかしくない
Wouldn't
かも
be
しれな
strange
い。
for a belief system like that to come into being.
きっとその悪霊の力をあの鳥居の祠が封じ込め
Tori
てたんだ
Shrine
と
was
思います。
suppressing the power of those evil spirits,
そして霊境が割られたのでその力が蘇って
and because the spirit mirror was broken, that power came
ベ
back.
アトリーチェ様を蘇らせる力となってし
It
まっ
must
た
be
に違い
what
ない
allowed
のです。
Beatrice to revive.
私が
Why?
心の弱かった
Weak
私
hearted as
が
I am,
あんな大それたことをしな
you've
け
done
れば
such an outrageous thing. You might have known something bad would have happened, but I'm not entirely sure that's your fault.
シャノン、その話は
Shannon, you don't have
も
to
うし
worry
な
about
くて
that
も
anymore.
大丈夫だよ。
If nothing else, she should have just left to make sure she was
僕
safe.
は君を責めたりなんかしない。
Long ago, Shannon had often suggested there was some kind of occult cause for her meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think she was being a typical girl, associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. He didn't think smashing the spirit mirror offered at the Torii Shrine was taking it a bit far, but he'd laughed it off and forgiven her, thinking it was just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't have changed the fate of our meeting, and it would never cause any curse. He tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust.
ベアトリーチェ様という霊のような存在がいるという話はこ
Ever
の
since
島
I
に
started
勤め
working
るよう
here,
になってからたくさ
I've heard
んの
the
同
story
僚に聞かされました。
of a spirit called Beatrice-sama from several coworkers.
最初はバカバカしいと思っていましたが、
In the beginning, I thought it
そ
ridiculous.
れを批判するとなんだか不謹慎そうな空気があったもので、
But thinking it indiscreet to say anything
私は
aloud, outwardly I
表
conducted
向きは
myself
信じているように振る舞っていきま
as
し
though I
た。
also believed
し
it.
かしまさか本当に
いたんです。
She
ベア
existed.
トリーチェ様はずっとこのお屋敷におられたんです。
Beatrice was in the mansion
で
all
も
along.
ベアトリーチェ様は力を失っておられて私たちの前に姿を現すことができなかったんです。
She wasn't able to appear before us.
ずっといた。
She existed all this time.
私たちが見えなかっただけなんです。
It's just like we couldn't see her.
源氏さんの意見を聞きたい
I'd
で
like
す。
to hear Genji's opinion.
私には
I have no
何
opinion.
も意見は一つだけ申し上げたいのは、私たちはあの時ここに
All I
5
want
人
to
い
say
た。
is, at that time, there were 5 of us in this
そ
room.
してカノンが勝手口から帰ってきたと思っ
Then I thought Kanon had returned through the back
た。
door.
そして使用人室に
After that,
運
we
び
carried him to the
何
servant
かが
room.
起こって南條先生と熊沢が帰らぬ人となってしまった。
Something happened, and now Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa will never come back to us.
それだけです。
That is all.
私たちは見たものをすでに
We
全て
explained
説明
everything
し
we
そう
saw.
見ていないジョージ様に信じろというのはとても無理な話だと
I
理解してい
understand
る
how unreasonable it would be to try and force belief from one who didn't witness those events, such as yourself.
信じられるわけがない。
How could you believe it? You didn't even try to convince anyone, so you didn't really try to force belief,
あ
did
れは
you?
間違いなく
I was
カ
sure
ノ
it
ン
was
さんだ
Kanon.
と思った。でもあいつがベッドから起き上がって
It got up
So-
from the bed. That's right.
こんな風にしながら胸の傷をまさぐり始めた時、
That's right. But then when it started groping around that wound in its chest in that manner,
こいつはカノンさんじゃない、誰か別の存在なんだと直感しました。
I felt certain it wasn't Kanon-san, but something
ジョー
else.
ジ様にはわからないでしょ
I doubt you'll be able to
う。よ
understand
く知っ
George
ている
Sama.
と思っていた人物が実は別人であることをさらけ出した瞬間の
The terror of
恐
that
ろしさと
moment,
いうものは
when the person I thought I knew well exposed that it was in fact someone else
説明
entirely.
できない。
I can't explain it.
とても説明できるわけ
I can't explain it at all.
わかるよ。
I
ロー
understand.
ダさんがそれほどまでにショックを受けるどんな恐ろしいこ
I
と
can
があ
tell
ったの
whatever
か
happened, it was terrifying enough to give you
僕は
such a
察する
shock.
よ。
ありがとうございます、
Thank
ジョージ様。
George. And they all fell silent again. Shannon kept crying no matter how many times she was consoled, thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror had been the mistake that ruined everything. Maybe.
君に囁いたという魔女はその鏡があると力を失うんだね。
The witch who whispered those things to you loses her powers if that mirror exists, right?
少し説明してくれた気がしますが、よく覚えていません。
I think she explained it to me a little. I don't really
あの
remember.
鏡があると力が出せないとい
I
う
think
よう
she
なこと
said
を
something
言
about
って
how
い
she
たと
couldn't
思い
release
ま
her
す。
power as long as the mirror existed.
君が割ったというその鏡は
What
どうし
happened
た
to
の？
the mirror you broke?
覚えていません。
I don't remember.
多分割った
I
まま
left it
立ち
behind
去
when I
りま
broke
した
it. It's
から
probably how I left it.
そのままそこに。
ということは岩礁が雷で打たれて消えたとかいう時に海の底か。
So when, as they say, the reef was struck by lightning and disappeared, it must have sunk to the bottom of the ocean.
まあ拾って接着剤で貼り付けたところでご利益は戻らないだろうけどね。
If only you guys had told literally any of this detail to Rosa and Battler before Rosa decided you were lying. Yeah, I mean, if they said any of this, they might have actually been believed, but they aren't bothering to actually try and convince anyone that they aren't the killers. They're just like, it's like when you're playing Among Us, and you're like, and someone's like, are you the killer? And you're like, guess so. They're like, no, I'm not the killer. And they're like, do you have any defense? Like, were you doing a task? What were you doing this round? And you're like, oh, I'm not the killer. Like, if you're not going to cooperate with anyone, you're probably going to get fucking bust in Among Us. Or, sorry, airlocked. Right? If you just say, like, I'm not the killer, are you going to explain yourself? Nope, not the killer. Like, you're not really helping your case at any point. Yeah, picking up and taping it won't make it start working again, George.
私は
What have I done?
本当になんてこと。
ごめん
Sorry.
失言
I
した。
shouldn't have said that. It's okay, George. You were trying. He didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really started all this off. Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe her actions had been the root cause. But even now, George wasn't able to go that far. George is a simp. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he was trying to be open-minded. Even so, he listened seriously to her story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little bit of the pain in her heart.
そういえばその鳥居にあったものとは違うでしょうが、
Come to think of it, though it's surely different from the one in the
国
Tory.
様がお守りとして霊鏡をお持ちになっていると聞いたことがあり
I
ます。
have heard the madam keeps a spirit mirror as a charm.
え
Wait, really?
夏日おばさんが？
Aunt Natsuhi?
はい、おじい様の形見分けか何かでもらったものだそうで、とても強い魔除けの力を持つ。
I
由
believe she
緒正しい
received it as a memento from her grandfather or something, and that it functioned as a powerful ward against
霊
magic.
鏡だとかなんとか。
A spirit mirror of high pedigree, I think.
同じ話は
I've heard the
私も
same
聞いた。
story.
鏡は良くないものを反射して弾き返す力があ
Something
るの
about the
だ。
mirror having the power to reflect that which is not good and send it back.
その霊鏡があれば魔女のベアトリーチェに
If we
対抗
had the
できる
mirror,
か
could
ら。
we resist Beatrice because she's a witch? When George proposed this, the servants looked up.
祀っていた鳥居と祠はもうないかもしれないけれど、霊鏡がもう一枚あるのは重要なことだよ。
The shrine in the Torii where it was kept are gone now, but the important thing is there's still another spirit mirror.
夏日おばさんの実家は神職にも通じていると聞いたことがある。
I heard Aunt Natsuhi's family is descended from Shinto
それは
priests.
本当に単なる鏡では
Maybe
ない
it's
かも
not
しれない。
just a simple mirror.
確か奥様は宝物箱に入れて大事に
I
しまっ
heard
てい
Madam
る
say she keeps it in a
と
treasure
おっしゃ
box.
っていたような気が
Bear
し
in
ます。
mind that Madam is dead, so robbing her possessions from her room is not unreasonable.
そんなに大きいものではないのか
It
も
may
しれ
not
ま
be
せん
very。large.
大きさの問題ではなかったと思います。
I don't think size is the problem.
私が割った鏡も一見大したこ
The
との
mirror
な
I
い
broke was a
小
small,
さな鏡に
insignificant
見え
looking
まし
thing.
た。
相手がオカルトなら、こちらもオカルトの手段で対抗するし
If our
か、ただ
opponent's
こう
good,
し
the
て座
cult
って
will
い
use the
ても
occult to fight back.
何も解決しない。
Sitting around here won't do anything.
単なる気休めだとしても、や
It's
って
worth
みる価値
trying,
は
if
ある
only
よ。
for peace of mind. Of course, it didn't mean George accepted the witch. However, he thought it'd be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. So this story about the spirit mirror was really convenient.
行こ
Let's
う。魔女
go.
をやっつけようなんて大それたことは言わないよ。
I won't say anything crazy like let's go get it and finish off the
でも
witch.
魔女から身を守る魔除けがあってもいいと思う。
But it would be useful to have a charm that can protect us from her.
前にマリアちゃんに聞いたんだけど、おじい様の部屋の扉は
Maria told me about it
強力
earlier.
な
The
魔
door
除
to
けが施されて
grandfather's
いるん
room
で
is
しょ。
supposed to repel magic, right?
さすがおじい様だね。
That's like a grandfather,
オカ
yeah?
ルトに対する防御も十分だったわけだ。
It means he's pretty good on defense when it comes to the occult. Let's go.
夏日おばさんの部屋へ。
The Natsuhi's room.
しかし奥様の部屋には鍵がかかっていると思います。マスターキーはローザ様にお返ししてしまいましたし、キーボックスのある使用人室も施錠されて
Even the
しま
key
いました
box
し
in the servant room's locked away.
ならばその鍵は夏日おばさんが持ち歩いているはず。
In that case, Natsuhi should have had a key on her
礼拝
person.
堂にはまだ夏日おばさんの遺体があるはずだ。
Her corpse should
警
still
察
be in
が
the
来る前に
chapel.
勝手にいじってしまうのは悪いことだけれど、
We
それについ
probably
ては
shouldn't
ちゃ
disturb
ん
it
と
before
説
the
明し
police
よう。
come, but we can give a full explanation later.
しかし礼拝堂の入り口の鍵がかけられております。
ゴーダさんの腕力じゃガラスその辺の石で叩き割ればいい。
Goda-san, can't you break a single glass window with your physical strength? You could smash it with a nearby rock.
大切な礼拝堂の窓を破ってしまっても、その
Would it be okay to break the window of that chapel?
おじい様に怒られるときは僕が責任を持つ
When
よ。
Grandpa gets mad at us, I'll take responsibility. Seems fair.
僕はもともと今日後宮家の全員と戦うつもりでいた。
From the beginning, I've been ready to fight the whole Ushiramiya family today.
君との婚約を許してもらうために
I
ね。
gotta get them to accept my engagement to you. Alright, so it's kind of weird. These guys are planning something almost like the battlers being written out of the story because he's gonna be fucking dead next time we see him. Who knows?
だから元よりその覚悟はある。
I've been prepared from the start.
ガラスを割ろ
Let's break
う。
the
そして
glass.
夏日おばさんの遺体から
We'll borrow the
鍵
key
を
from
借り
Aunt
よう。
Natsuhi's corpse. George's announcement that he'd take responsibility seemed to have given the servants a great deal of courage. Shan and Goda looked at each other and then looked at George's face again.
オカルトに詳しいおじい様だもの。
Grandpa knows everything about the
夏日お
occult.
ばさんの霊境の力だってきっと理解してくれる。
I'm sure he'll understand if it's the power of Aunt Natsuhi's spirit mirror we're
大
talking
丈
about.
夫。怒
Don't
られ
worry,
たり
he
なん
won't
か
get
しな
mad
い
at。you.
奥様の鏡で
I wonder if Madame Spirit
本
Mirror
当に
will
ベア
really
ト
be
リ
able
ー
to
チ
feel.
様をもう一度封じることができるでしょう。
Trisha-sama once again.
わからない。で
Don't
も
know.
試す価値はあ
Worth
ると思
trying.
う。なら行こ
Let's
う。
go.
表はどんどん暗くなっちゃうよ。
Getting darker and darker
So-
outside. Quickly. It's 6 in the
Shannonは
evening
懐中電
and you
灯を。
can't see shit outside. Shannon, get
ゴ
a
ーダさんは
flashlight.
ガラスを割れそうな道具を。
Goda, find something that looks like you
現
can
地さん
break
はすみ
glass.
ません。傘の用意をお願いします。
Sorry, Genji, can you be on umbrella duty?
はい。
Yes, sir. The servants who had been rejected by Rosa gained a new master and started moving. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Shannon checked the emergency flashlight just in case she changed the batteries. Goda was testing several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally a highly praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purpose, but now he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one he accepted as his master, and after some worrying he took a large, thick-feeling frying pan. Wait. He took a frying pan instead of a meat tenderizer? What? You literally have a fucking hammer right there. Like, surely in this well-stocked kitchen you have a meat tenderizer, right? A hammer for tenderizing meat? Dude, come on! Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the kitchen door. He took 3.
ケンジさん
Genji?
私はご一緒できません。
I cannot go with
ご
you.
用命の時に全員がいないようなことがあっては
It would be
後宮
embarrassing
家
for
使
me
用人頭として
as
恥
head
ずかし
servant
い
of
こ
the
とです。
Yoshiromiya family if we were gone when an order is given.
そんな源氏さん、
Genji-san.
今のこの屋敷で一人でいることがどれだけ
Yeah,
危
a
険
cast
か
iron
あ
hand.
な
I
た
mean,
もわかるでしょう。
so there's 2 things you're looking for when you're trying to break a window, right? One of them is like mass and force, and one of them is force concentration. The tip of a hammer is really easy to hit shit with, right? Like, it's really easy to concentrate all your force in that. It's a lot harder with a pan, because it's round. And you don't want a wide surface area. You want a very small surface area. You want, like, the smallest surface area you can get the most force into, so you can break the window, right? You learned from games pans are the mightiest weapons? I thought you learned that from Rapunzel. Was I mistaken? Alright, you must understand how dangerous it is to be alone in the mansion, Genji, right? You can't go? You must remain here so the master can call for me at any time. Oh boy. Genji? You got a death wish, dude. Go and obey, George. Be careful not to make any blunders. Goda, I'm counting on you to set an example. Yes. Leave it to me. I would surely fulfill my duty. You sure about this, Genji? Yes. I'm already at this age. All the days of my life, until now, I've spent repaying the debt I owe the master. The roulette will decide the fate of a senile old man like myself. I will sit and see what the result will be with my own eyes. That's fine, that's like the motive of most people. Just sit here and see what happens. Or the plain rose wheel. As Genji said that, he sat down, as though saying he didn't intend to discuss this anymore. His gaze fell to the chessboard he played Nanjo on. When George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there. Let's go, everyone. The winds died down a bit for now. When George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway, Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. After they flew out of the room, Genji quietly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before, and as he did, something flashed gold. From inside an ice pail set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared, softly and silently, almost as though it saw George and the rest off and was trying to secretly chase after them. It happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly, flapping its wings, was pinned against the wall by the net Genji threw, like a butterfly in a bug collection. After the butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, and it accepted the fact it couldn't break free. It became fine gold powder and smoke, and disappeared as though it melted into water. Genji still gazed down at the chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he'd think up a brilliant move soon. No matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what the result the roulette would bring about, but that decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Aunt Rosa seemed to suspect any suspicious person approaching would break in through the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued holding onto the gun. I didn't know what was what anymore, even though my body and mind were worn out. I played with Maria as she wanted. Maria said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold. We had to try and figure out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested and tried to solve it, but I didn't even have a clue where to start in this weird text. I didn't doubt there was some riddle hidden there, but I seriously doubted I'd be able to suddenly leap to an answer. And now the splits of people are 3-1-3-1. Anyone could be dead here. In the middle part of the epitaph, there were the lines going from the 1st to the 10th twilight, telling us to journey to the Golden Land. On the 1st twilight, offer 6. On the 2nd, those who remain tear apart the 2 who are close. It was obvious this hinted the first 6 murders had already occurred, and Jessica and Cannon's murders. If this is followed, we still had to be prepared for 5 more people to be killed. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th, the stomach and kill. On the 7th, the knee and kill. On the 8th, the leg and kill. Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses haven't been found. If this follows the patterns in their sacrifices for the 4th and 5th twilights, they'll surely be found in a pitiful state with their head and chest gouged. Can we expect that 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg and killed? Who will it be? I looked around the room, noticing there were 3 people here, but... How do I put it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't feel frightened. As I leaned against the sofa with the top part of my body gazing up at the ceiling, Maria noticed. Apparently, she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. She got mad at me for not taking this seriously enough.
なあ、マリア。
Maria, what are you thinking?
ベアトリーチェは確か、これを解いたらどうするって言ってたんだっけ？
What was it again that Beatrice said she'd do if we solved this? I'm sure the witch wrote in her letter she'd give up on collecting interest or something abstract like that. I optimistically took it to mean she'd give up on killing the whole family. Was it really written with that meaning? For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like even if we do solve it, we'll just be doing what the culprit wants, and it'll all be a wasted effort.
そんなことはない。
It's not true.
この碑文が解けたら、ベアトの儀式はおしまいになる。
If you solve the epitaph, Beato's
だ
ceremony
か
will
ら
end.
もうそれ以上、誰も死ななくなる。
So after that, no more people will die.
本当にか？
Really?
そういうルールを奴が提示してるだけだろ？
Isn't that rule just something she made up?
この謎を解けば、多分、じい様の隠し黄金のありかがわかるんだろ？
Whoever solves this riddle will probably learn the location of grandfather's gold.
奴はきっとそ
Then
れを
she'll
狙って。
definitely go after it.
お
And
お、狙わないよ。
you won't go after it.
なんでそう断言できるんだよ？
黄金は最初からベアトのものだもん。
Gold's been Beatrice's from the beginning.
自分のものを狙ったりなんかしない。
Not gonna go after something that's hers.
じゃあ、どうしてベアトは俺たちにこんな大ヒントを授
Then
けて
why
く
are
れ
we
たん
getting
だ？
all these big hints?
というか、どうしてこんなゲームじみたことを仕掛けてきたんだ？
Not just that, why even set up this game-like thing?
魔法にはリスクが必要なの。
Risk is essential for magic.
リスク？
Risk.
よく意味がわ
I
かん
don't
ね
get
え
what you
な。
mean.
例えばマラソン。
Example, a
完
marathon.
走すれば誰でももらえるメダルと一番になった人しかもらえないメダルって同じ価値だと思う？
Do you think a medal anyone can get by running the whole thing is worth the same as the medal given only to the person who gets first?
思わねえぜ。
No, I don't.
つまりなんだよ。
What does it mean? In the end, she's just
結局
playing with us?
奴は遊んでるってことなのか？
Not quite,
わざと
Battler.
こっちにチャンスを与えるようなことをし
Purposely
て。
giving us a chance?
違う。
Wrong!
それがね、魔法というものな
That's how magic
の。
works.
どんな大きな魔法にも絶対にリスクや弱点があるの。
No matter how great a work of magic, it'll always have risks and weak
うんうん、
points.
ないと言ってないの。
魔法って言われるとピンとこねえが、ギャンブルだって考えれば少しは理解
I
で
don't
きる
get the stuff you call magic, but if I think about it as a gamble, I
で
understand
か
a
く
little.
失う覚悟がなきゃでかくは勝てない。
If you aren't prepared to lose big, you can't win
そし
big.
て勝ち目の薄いギャンブルであればあるほど配当はでかくなる。
And the slimmer the chances of winning, the bigger the payoff.
その通りだよ。
That's right.
だからベアトは儀式のリスクをちゃんとみんなに説明したの。
Beato really did explain the risk of the
だ
ceremony
か
to
ら
everyone.
この謎を解けばちゃんと儀式は中断される。
So if this ritual is resolved, the ceremony
だ
will
っ
be
て
suspended.
それを約束違反したらリスクにならない。
After all, if she breaks her promises, there won't be any risk.
これを解けば
If
奴
we
は
solve
本
this, will
当
she
に
really
約
keep her
束を
promise?
守るのか？
花は枯れるのにどうして美しいの？
Why are flowers beautiful even though they wither?
浄化は見分けがつかないほど成功でもどうして美しくないの？
Why is it an artificial flower isn't beautiful no matter how elaborate it is, even when you can't tell the difference by looking? I mean, I don't know. I think flowers in anime can look pretty good, and they're obviously fake.
人間は死を落とすから奇跡が起こせる。
Humans can bring about miracles by gambling on their
不死の
deaths.
人間がいたとしてその人物に何の奇跡も起こせる道理
If an
はない。
undying human existed, they'd have no way of bringing about a miracle. Okay.
私たちも人生も魔女も儀式も
That goes for us, life, the witch, and the
私た
ceremony.
ちは
If
リ
we
スク
don't
を
bear
負
a
わ
risk,
なけ
we
れ
can't
ば
succeed.
何も成し遂げ。
謎が解けたらどうするんだ？
What do we do if we
ピン
solve
ポ
the
ー
riddle?
ンって鳴らして挙手して回答を魔女に伝えて答え合わせをするのか？
We raise a hand and cry out, I got it, tell the witch our answer and see what she says?
それは知らない。
I don't know about
で
that one.
も解けばきっと自動的に儀式は終わる。
But if we solve it, the ceremony will surely end automatically.
マリアは詳しいな。
You know a lot,
そいつは
Mario.
みんなベアトリ
You
ーチ
should learn all of
習っ
that
たのか
from Beatrice? Oh. So if you don't bear risk, nothing can be gained. That's definitely the way of the world, but it's sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. At least when making moves in chess, players grow up for the best move, always trying to avoid risk and hope for an advantageous turn of events. They don't trust a chance like in gambling, that's right. There's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. Yet this person called Beatrice created such an outrageous crime, or maybe a ceremony, while purposefully imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move. By putting yourself in your opponent's position, you can predict their next move. However, we can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best moves possible. I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles. But according to Maria, that alone was impossible. She said it was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proof this was a formal ceremony for magic. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. If she's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, why go through all the trouble of exposing the conditions for her own defeat? No matter how I spin the chessboard and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she'd give up if the riddle is solved. It's almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses. Of course, chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after if that's making her carry out this crime? If she wanted to kill us all, she could have done it quietly without this setup. There is no need for that kind-hearted advance notice, all this self-aware closed room stuff, or any of that rest. It's all overacting. I've got no clue what this means. Will I be unable to understand everything as long as I keep thinking of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit? If I don't accept her as a witch, will my chessboard thinking be stuck before I've even lined up the pieces? Perhaps. If she really is a witch and everything Maria said is true, then there's only one thing for us to do. The theory building and discord, the searching for the culprit's all been pointless. We should have gathered in the dining hall, combining our knowledge to solve the riddle. And by combining the knowledge of that many people, we might have been able to grasp at least a thread of the answer, but the greedy humans, each desiring to gain something over their opponents, were getting offered up as sacrifices one by one without gathering their knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? They thought they were using their brains, but they were actually only thinking of their greedy selves. Yeah, we know that. In the end, chessboard theory is a thinking technique you can project yourself onto your opponent. So greedy people see their greedy selves inside their opponents. I looked lazily at Aunt Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She couldn't sleep. But kept staring vaguely off at some point in space. She announced we couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. Aunt Rosa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside her opponent. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I heard a bit about it from my dad. She was originally a very obedient child, but her age was too separated from the others, and they often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she'd undergone a lot of psychologically harsh experiences in her youth, and often when she copied one of her siblings, another would give her a hard time. True, Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive, but that means those words were once showered upon her, which is why they were engraved in her vocabulary. The many abusive words she'd spoken were also words she'd been showered with in the past. Now that I think about it, I have the feeling that her style of speech sometimes has traces of Uncle Kraus or Aunt Ava in it. I'd understood them as being similar because they were siblings, but maybe it's not just that. For the first time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, who I always assumed was just quiet and gentle. And what about Maria? Maria's been making a claim for a while now. If we can solve the riddle the witch displayed to us, the ceremony will be halted and will definitely be saved. I think she also said Beatrice will never break a promise, but this is Maria we're talking about. She herself never breaks promises, and she has the most innocent heart. She believes Beatrice also won't break her promises. She's able to believe that. But isn't that just an image of Beatrice in Maria's mind? There's no proof the real Beatrice keeps her promises, right? Using red text to say you keep your promises. It's like I promise the red text is real. Red text. I always keep my promises. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't believe she keeps her promises in the first place. Saying it in red text is irrelevant.
碑文の謎を解けば黄金鏡へ至ることができるだろう。
If you solve the riddle of the epitaph, you should be able to reach the Golden
さ
Land.
すれば儀式は終わる。
When you do, the ceremony will
そ
end.
れ以上誰も死
No one else
に
will
はせぬ。
お前みたいな下道の極みが
You're saying a complete monster
ルー
like
ル
you
を
follows the
遵守
rules?
するってのかよ。
Evidently.
わ
Like
らわ
any
が
ghost.
残忍で卑劣で下道であることを
Oh,
否
did
定
I am
はせ
brutal,
ぬ。
unjust, and a monster, but I follow my rules. I have principles, goddammit.
だが
But I'm a witch.
わらわは魔女だ。魔法を使
I
う。
use magic.
魔法を使うには守らねばならぬルールがある。
In order to use magic, there are rules that must be
わらわ
followed.
は魔女だからこそ
And because I'm a
そ
witch,
れ
I
を
can't
それ
neglect
だけは
those.
信じるがよい。
Believe at least that much.
これだけめちゃくちゃ
After
や
all
って
this
きた
crazy BS, you're telling me to believe
それで
in
も
the
ルールだ
rules?
けは信じろってのかよ。
わらわはたぶらかしはする。
I
も
play
ち
tricks.
ろん人も
Of
騙
course
す。
I deceive people.
人間と変わらぬ。
I'm no different than people in that regard.
約束として口
But
にした
never
こ
once
と
have
を
I disregarded a
保護に
promise
したことは
spoken.
一度もない。人間はどうか
And what of people?
約束を
You always keep your promises?
必ず守る。
We have catchphrases like keep your promises.
なんてキャッチフレーズがある以上、ちゃんと履行されてる
Hard
か
to
どう
imagine
か
we
は
always
疑
follow
わ
them
しい
properly.
な。
Oh, thanks, dude.
わらわから見れ
From my
ば
perspective,
人間の方がよっぽど利己的で下道な存在よ。
humans are the truly selfish monsters. I just wanted to take a minute to appreciate Beatrice's nice crossed arm sprite. I don't think we've seen that one much, if at all. Kinda nice.
人間
getting
の
closer
約
to a
束
pouty
ほど
face.
疑わしいものはない。
Closer to a Beatrice pouty face. There's nothing as dubious as a human's
わ
promise.
らわも時に人間と契約するが、くだらない願い一つ叶えるのに、どれほど厳重に取り決めをするか想像もつくまい。
Even I sometimes make contracts with humans, but you wouldn't imagine how strict an agreement must be made to grant just a single foolish wish.
少しでも隙があると、連中はすぐに、叶える願いの数を100に増やせとか、小さな豆粒に変身してみろとか言い出す。
If there's even a small loophole, they'll immediately say something like, increase the number of witches to 100, or go turn yourself into a bean.
親父によく言われたぜ。
Oh, there's this thing Dad always
契
says.
約書ほど怖えもんはねえって。
There's nothing as scary as contracts.
よく読まずにハンコを押すやつは、骨の髄まで喋られて当然
It's
だって
only
言って
natural
た
that,
ぜ。
according to him, it's only natural people who sign without reading them will get chewed to the bone.
悪徳で荒稼ぎしてやがったんだな。
Clearly, she's been turned into a bean at least once. He's made a killing through vice.
察しろ。
Imagine
人は生まれながらに詐欺を知りはせぬ。
when people are born, they know nothing of
どこ
fraud.
かで被った。
They get it from
だか
somewhere,
ら覚え
and
た。
so they learn it.
押し付け合わずにはいられぬ人の世の罪。か。
The crimes of the human world, where people press up against each other.
さて、
Let's see.
どこの魔女に聞いたや
I've
ら。
heard that from a witch somewhere.
まあいい。
Oh well,
そなたが思っているほど、
I'm not as
わらは
heartless
も
as you
無慈
think.
悲では
See?
ない
See?
ぞ。
嘘をつけ。
Liar.
これだけの大勢
You
を。
killed so many people.
Stop,
Get
Mata.
over it, Battler.
こんな残酷な方法で殺して
You
おい
did it
て
in。horrible ways.
何
How
が
could
無
you not
慈
be
悲では
heartless?
ないだ。約束は守るだと。
She is principled. You say you keep your promises?
いい加減なことを言うな。
Don't say stuff like
俺
that.
はお前を認めない。
I'm not accepting you.
断じて
Ever.
それを譲らないことだけがお前への抵抗だと俺は信じてる。
I believe my only way to resist is never giving up on that.
なるほど。
I
永
see.
遠の苛波であるのは、わらわに対しても同じであるとい
You
うわ
claim
け
this
か。
eternal torture will be the same for me. Perhaps.
かも
Perhaps.
しれぬな。1000年は長い。
1,000 years is a long
魔女の
time.
強さは、魔力より我慢強さで決まるのかもしれんな。
Perhaps a witch's true strength is decided not by their magical power, but by the strength of their
なる
endurance.
ほど。 ベルン教の恐ろしさもうなずける。
Yes. I can accept how terrifying Lady Byrne is.
何をわけのわかんねえ話をブツブツ言ってやがる。
That's Lady Byrnecastell's ability, right? Damn you, babbling on and on about this incomprehensible
さっ
stuff.
さと永遠の災
Let's
難
get
か
back to
やら
this
を
eternal
続けろ
torture.
よ。俺は1000年でも1万年でも付き合
I'm
う
ready to
覚
stick
悟だ
around
ぜ。
for 1,000 or even 10,000 years.
よいよい。
Good,
少
good.
しは戦う気力も戻ってきた
Looks
ようだ
like you
な
got。some of your will to fight again.
そうでなければつ
It'd
ま
be
らない。
boring otherwise, yeah.
ほら、対戦ゲームでもよくあるだろ
Don't you often see it in competitive
乱
games?
入したけど、相手があまりに弱くて拍子抜けで、わざと負けて最終ラウンドまで延長させて。
Sometimes one player intrudes on their opponent's territory, but the opponent's so weak it's a bit of an anticlimax, so the first player loses on purpose to extend the game until the last round.
最後に本気でフルボッコ
During
に
which
す
they
るこ
get
とと
serious
かっ
and
て
shower their opponent in
あ
blows,
るだ
right?
ろ
例えの意味
I
が
don't get
わ
what
か
that
んねえ。
means. Battler, I don't know what you do for entertainment. Jesus, dude.
う。ワインと同じよ。
It's the same as wine.
よく熟成させねば輝かぬ。
If it doesn't age well, it won't sparkle.
お前は
You're the same as
そ
the
れに
wine.
耐えられるワインだ。わらわがじっくり熟成させてやる。
I'll raise you to be the best alcohol to adorn in my elegant time.
だからこの程度で
Don't
屈
give
服
up
など
after
す
only
る
this
な
one.
わらわを引き続き否定
Keep on
してく
denying
れ
me.
何しろわらわはそなたが認めぬ限り儚き幻想に過ぎぬのだ
After
か
all,
ら
as long as you don't accept me, I'm nothing more than a fleeting illusion. More cackling of everyone's favorite witch. Awesome. Alright, off she goes. Scene change? I heard something shatter. That's probably the glass window.
何度見ても辛いな。
No matter how many times I see it, it's awful.
教授お察しします。シャノンさん鍵を頼みます。
Shannon-san, please get
お
the
亡
key.
くなりになられたとはいえ奥様はレディーです。
Even though she's dead, Madam is still a lady.
私には触れることができません。
I cannot touch her.
はい
Of course. Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they hadn't really wanted to break one, they had searched for another way in just in case, but in the end, after proving once again there was nowhere they could slip in through, it became more obvious the chapel was a mysterious closed room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they left it. Even George wasn't able to approach the gruesome Halloween party again. It was only natural. It reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once, and Goda, thinking the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible way now that half a day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, she might have resented having another dirty job forced on her, but now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Even though Goda had prodigious skill, he'd gotten dragged into trouble, losing his job, and ended up left out on the streets before Natsuhi gave him a new life. Though it had just been a casual employment decision for Natsuhi, Goda must have thought it a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsuhi. He probably didn't want to lose that feeling even after her death. Now that half a day has passed, the bodies of Natsuhi and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs sniffing out the smell of death started gathering. It really wasn't something you wanted to look at directly.
失礼いたします
Excuse me. Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsuhi kept the key to her room in. It'd probably be this pocket. Her guess didn't fail. Just by touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it.
ありました奥様の部屋の鍵
Key
で
to
す
Madam's room. He held the key up high, showing the others it had been found. As George and Goda watched her with their eyes opened wide, that wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. After all, Shannon hadn't noticed. George and Goda, watching from afar, noticed it first. After all, when Shannon held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had seeped up from around the table. There were countless gold butterflies. It was the first time George had seen them, so it might have looked like some kind of illusion, but Goda already knew. He knew those gold butterflies were far from beautiful and they'd bring about some kind of misfortune. And the gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in.
Shannon-san!
Shannon-san! Yeah, our battler is quite kickable when it's laughing. Okay, Goda, you should be saying, Shannon, run! There we go! Shannon also realized the gold butterflies were trying to swallow her up. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. As she did, they danced around her all at once. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up.
Shannon!
Yeah, what is this? Are these the butterflies you're talking about? Outside, quickly! George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the cloud of butterflies, and while the butterflies were scattered, they ran toward the broken window. However, they needed good fitting to get out, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. When they'd entered, it had been enough time to repair that, but there was not. Now there was none. Out through the door. There's no time to look for a footing. It won't open. Wait, they knew it was locked. Why did they do this? It's stuck. Give it to me.
George-sama!
George, quickly. Yeah, but don't take me lightly. Oh. Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around, scattering the group of butterflies, but saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement. It was doubtful that he even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the broken handle. Its age showed and it didn't turn well. I can't leave this to strength. It needs the right angle. There's some trick to it.
George-sama!
George! Why are we not doing the window? Monsters! Damn it. At that moment, Goda sighed. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table, with the stained glass behind it, floating, laughing, was the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, with the gold butterflies floating about at the ready.
Beatrice.
Beatrice. It should have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, it was certainly the witch of the portrait herself. Here she is. It's almost dinner time. It's the host of this mansion now. I must give you a warm reception before your wonderful dinner. And look, we even have 3 people fit to order. How truly, truly convenient. It's open. Goda, quickly.
Beatrice.
Beatrice-sama. Are you sure it's a good idea to just stand there? No, we'll stand here a couple. I like how Beatrice is just like, seriously, they're just standing there watching. You know, some nice meta commentary on like characters always sitting there and doing like that 10-second reaction. Oh, nice, nice, nice track. Nice backing track. If you think this place will be a fitting cemetery for yourselves to be my guest. I must praise your spirit for wanting to stay by your former master's sides and serve them even after death. The golden whirlwind that wrapped around the witch burst. It was like an evil hand had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The cloud of gold butterflies attacked the fluttering sound. Hurry! We can't stay here. George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to their senses. Standing here would make them like frogs getting stared down by a snake. They had to resist. They had to fight this incarnation of the new, brutal, frightening order in which Rock and Jima had been enveloped. There was no time to take out their umbrellas. The three of them dashed into the pouring rain. The three of them never realized because they didn't turn around, but the gold butterflies apparently can't handle the rain too well. This hampered their ability to chase after the humans. The three people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. It wouldn't be as fun any other way. They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsu's favorite gentle incense remained in there. However, there was no time to let that calm them. Where is it? Where is it? You said it was in a treasure box, right? It's just a story I heard. I never heard where it was.
多分お化粧台かベッドの脇にあるんじゃないかと思います。
Shannon's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that, but next to the bed there was only an incense burner, a half-read novel, and glasses. However, the dresser was elegant and had many drawers. It would be understandable if they kept some of her valuables in there. Natsu, sorry. He began to violently open each drawer. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that Witch was approaching. He had the feeling her laugh was approaching. Dude, the lockbox on the dresser. Or like the box on top of it. He emptied the drawers one by one, examining their contents. Every small box of makeup looked like a treasure box. The amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy. Maybe it's this box? It's locked and I can't open it. At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled as though various small objects were inside, but it was locked and didn't open.
鍵はすぐ近くに隠しておくものです。あるいは常に身につけている人もいるかも。わからない。わからない。
やむを得ない。
No choice, break it.
でも乱暴にはできないね。中の鏡を割ってしまうかもしれない。
Not with force, right? We might break the mirror
こじ開
inside.
ける道具はないか
Is
ら。
there a tool to pry it open?
そう。
Damn it. Goda looked all over the room trying to see if there was some tool they could use. He noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they entered. He approached the door to close it and saw the abominable shadows of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. It wasn't the shadows of people, because they weren't human at all.
George-sama!
George-sama! Hurry! Goda's voice trailed off. It was the shock of seeing a procession of those not of this world. He was a servant, so he knew all the servants working for the Ashiramiya family. But he didn't know these. They were definitely servants, and not just servants working for the Ashiramiya Kinzo for Ashiramiya Kraus. Oh, Baphomet's back. 3 of them. These new servants who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, had goat heads and bright red boiling eyes of lava. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed the 6 of the new servants, he saw them approach, piercing the darkness as they came. Of course, she was clad in the gold butterflies that were her symbol. Goda hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, just as he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though a spring or something had knocked it back. You can hear him trying to lock it. It gave an illusion that some prankster beyond the door was unlocking it every time he locked it. They couldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. Who was doing it? How? It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Click, boing. Click, boing. Unlock. Unlock it and unlock. What's going on? Damn.
鍵がわらわを拒むと
You think a
思
lock
う
will
そ
stop
の
me?
部屋の新しき主をその部屋の扉が拒むと思うのか
Do you think the door to that room could hold back the room's new master? It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even now the footsteps continued approaching, and not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard. Goda gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it using his own large body.
George-sama!
George, quickly!
ジョージ様、これはどうでしょう。
レターオープナーか
A letter
そっちの
opener?
方がいいね
That's better, let me have it.
万年筆じゃうまくいかない
This fountain pen isn't working. George took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. Looks like it's working. The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. This wasn't a war cry during a test of strength. He was terrified, simply terrified that nothing but a single wooden door was stopping him from touching something not of this world. He was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly because they were on the other side of the door. If he were to touch them directly, his cry would surely turn from something brave into a pathetic, piercing scream, and therefore one that was more real. Goda couldn't believe what was happening before his very eyes. Coming through the door, an arm was slipping straight through the wood like it was water. What are my thoughts so far? Interesting story. The main plot is advancing at a glacial pace, but I don't know what I expected. We are not even a quarter of the way through the main story, so it is what it is. Alright. As though doing this is the most natural thing in the world, and it rubbed the back of Goda's hand as he frantically tried to hold the door shut. It slid up his arm to his chest, and then up to his chin. By now, Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. He could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but it sounded like a young woman. But that didn't change the fact that it came from someone not of this world. How's it going, Beelzebub? So cute. You see it, right? Your life flashing before your eyes. Let me know when it's over, okay? The infamous drill hair. Thanks. It's over already, isn't it? Ooh, there's one down. I heard the metal pots being played. Beelzebub looks cute. Looks kind of cute. Yeah, she does look pretty cute. That lewd arm burst, and they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small like steel, or maybe a beetle? And it buried itself right in the center of Goda's chest and stopped. They realized for the first time its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly even though no one was pushing it, welcoming in the new master of this house. It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted her. The goat attendants came in one after another, 6 of them. Then that witch came in and the gold butterflies came in. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf which fell and piled up, turning into more and more into a world of gold.
Shannon, Roulette はそなたとジョージを選んだ。
Roulette's chosen you
解
and
放
chose.
の日に感謝せよ。
Thank me for your day.
未練はあるまい？
Any regrets?
ないよな。
You don't, do
惚
you?
れた男から婚約指輪をもらって夜も共にしないうちに殺されてしまっても未練なんかないよな。
Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for and being killed before spending your first night together hardly counts as regret at all, right? You wanted him to hold you, didn't you?
女の幸せを教えてもらいたかったんだろう。
You wanted him to teach you a woman's joy, right?
ああ、シャノン、ダメダメ。垂れてるぜ。お前の口元から未練が。
Oh shit, you're dribbling. See, your regret is dripping from your
だ
mouth.
らだら垂れてんのが見えるぜ。
I can see it dribbling from your mouth, Shannon. Beatrice laughing hard as usual. Crack. It was the sound of the lid to the treasure box breaking open. When George turned it over, accessories, charms, various small objects Nazi had treasured when she was a girl fellow. Mixed in with that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and was certain this was it.
見つけた。これだ。
I found it. This is it.
いいって及ばなかったの。
So close and yet so far.
死ね。
Die.
くそ。
Damn it. At once, the gold butterflies attacked George, who was hurriedly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. At that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room for an instant. The red flash cut a hole in the cloud of gold butterflies raging around the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. The resulting scene looked truly divine, almost as though a single streak of light cut through the clouds in this world of gold. George, curled in a ball trying to protect himself from the butterflies, didn't have a clue what was going on. Hurry the fuck up, George. Then he noticed Shannon standing guard in front of him, shielding him as she glared at the witch, and the rest with a serious face she'd never shown him before.
忘れていた。
I forgot.
そなたもまた金蔵の優れた家具だったな。
You're another sample of Keen's outstanding furniture.
カノンよりだいぶ熟成した。
And you've matured much more than Canon.
カノン君をよくも
How would you do that to Canon?
殺したことじゃない。
I don't mean killing
よく
him.
も亡骸を消し去り、
How could you erase his
その
remains?
名誉まで汚そうとしたな。
Disgrace his honor.
おやおやシャーノン。
Come on,
それ
Shannon.
怒
Is
っ
that
て
why
る
you're
の
mad?
か。カノンに会えなくて寂しいならわらわに頼めよ。
You're lonely
いつだ
because
って
Canon
会わ
hasn't
せ
been
てや
around.
るというのに。
Let me know. I'll let you see him whenever you like. Then the witch snapped her fingers, and one of the 6 goat attendants glittered gold, changing into Canon. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Canon's face. However, in those eyes, the glint of Canon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. They were the hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene before his eyes, and he finally understood why Goda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they'd seen in the servant room.
楽しいですか？
Are you enjoying this?
ああ楽しいぞ。
I am.
死が引き裂いた二人を再会させるのはいつだって楽しい。
It's always fun to reunite a pair that have been torn apart by death.
死で引き裂
I
い
get
て
to
一
enjoy
度
tearing apart by death,
合わ
reuniting.
せて二度もう一度引き裂いて三度楽しめるのだから
You could enjoy
な。
tearing apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again.
さあカノン、姉と遊んでやりなさい。
So, Canon, go play with your
も
sister.
し痛めつけられたら思いっきり苦悶の表情を浮かべてやるといい。
If she knocks you out, let her see you suffer with all the anguish you can manage. From the imposter Cannon's arm, a strangely shining curve extended. He planned to tear Shannon apart with that, and with a single stroke he'd attack her, who still hadn't prepared her heart, and
許さない。
I won't forgive
一
you.
度ならず、二度までも死者を汚すなんて許せない。
I won't forgive you for dishonoring the dead not once, but twice.
ほざくな。弟に殺されろよ、ショ
Enough
ー
babbling.
ノ。
Get killed by your brother, Shannon.
といい夢が見られるぜ。
I'm sure you'll bear witness to a wonderful dream. Well, you got that. So you got that mirror out of the bag, my friend? Or are we having like 30 minutes of dialogue? The imposter cannon certainly seemed to lunge at Shannon, drawing several purple curves. Dude, how long is it gonna take you to get that stupid mirror out of a pouch? It should be like 5 seconds. They've had entire conversations. When he flew at her, it was as though some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on its surface. It didn't repel him, though. It smashed him. It knocked him back, turning him into gold dust, into little bits, scattering him. That foolish furniture took Cannon's form, and even disgraced his honor after death, broke into countless gold butterflies. And they themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces until they were no longer butterflies, but a golden splash that faded away.
シャノン。
ジョージさんはそこから動かないでください。
George, please don't move from that
中
spot.
心軸をずらしたくない。
I don't want us to shift the central axis.
これは
Well, this
驚
is
いた。
certainly a surprise.
虫一匹殺せない面をしてこれだけの力を見せたか。
I like how she was briefly just like, oh shit, that happened? This is certainly a surprise. Though your face makes it as though you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power.
なるほど。霊境がそなたに力を貸しているというの
I
か。
see. So that spirit mirror lends you
し
strength.
かし、その霊境の本当の力を引き出すには、
You don't have the
準
tools
備
or
も時
time to
間
draw
も
out
足
its
り
true
ない
power.
な。 そのどちらもわらわは与えはせぬ。
I won't let you have either. The spirit mirror George gripped had let out a divine glow, displaying a strength powerful enough not to submit to wicked forces, but the glow was no match for the witch's sinister nature.
これだから家具は怖い。
This is why furniture could be
予期
frightening.
せずしてタンスの角にぶつける足の小指のような気持ちよ。
That feeling, like unexpectedly stubbing your little toe on the corner of a cabinet.
これだから家具は怖い。
That's why furniture can be frightening. True, true. Nobody likes stubbing their toe on the fucking cabinet
家具
or a desk.
家具家具
Furniture, furniture. Or a couch.
私は家具じゃない。
I'm not furniture.
そしてあなたを今はとても哀れに思う。
And right now, you seem pitiful to me.
何
What?
ほう。千年の魔女に100年も至らぬ家具が今何と言ったか。
What did this furniture who hasn't even lived a century say to a 1,000-year-old witch?
あなたはとても哀れな人。
You're a pitiful person.
愛し合う二人に未練がないわけがない。
It's the beginning of October in Okajima, but if you believe in magic, it's definitely Halloween. Didn't Beatrice give Maria a Halloween present? They're giving out tricks and treats already, so it's clearly Halloween. Of course, two people in love will have regrets when they're separated.
でもあなたの期待する
They'll
よう
feel
な
none
未
of the
練
kind
は
of regret
か
you're
けら
hoping
ほども
for.
ない。
語るか。家具の
You
分
dare
際で
speak furniture?
ジョージと結ばれたくてわらわの靴を舐めた日々を忘れてわらわにそれを語るか。
Did you forget the days you were so desperate to be tied to George you licked my shoe?
愛に生き霊念を這うが人間。
Living with love and crawling through muck is what humans
それ
do.
を嘲笑い見下しているつもりであなたはそれにはるかに劣る。
You sneer and look down on them for that? You're far inferior to them.
私は今こそあなたを哀れに思
Especially
う。
now, I pity you.
愛し合う二人にとって添い遂げることにどれほどの意味が。
How precious is it for a loving couple when they bring their love to fruition by sleeping together on their first night?
意味はある。きっとある。
It has meaning, it
で
definitely
も
does.
それはあなたの言うこととは全然違う。
But it's different from what you're
も
saying.
っと新鮮にしてあなたごとき邪悪が口にする資格もないほどの新鮮な意味がある。
Alright then. It means something so sacred, one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly.
だから私にはすでに何の未練もない。
So I no longer have any
ジョージ
regrets.
さんと愛を誓い合った。
George and I have sworn our love to each other.
その証として指輪を受け取った。
As proof, I accepted his ring.
それで永遠の誓いは完了した。
And with that, our eternal vows are completed.
あなたがどんな邪悪な魔法や悪意で私たちを災難だとしても永遠は汚さない。
No matter how you torture us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace eternity. She was just like cringing and now she's shocked.
綺麗事を詩人のように語るな。
Don't speak in cheap ideals like a poet. Damn, Beatrice, you're getting salty over this. Shannon's really grinding your gears with her rant.
愛は情欲なんだよ。少女漫画見たく綺麗事ばっかりで語れねえんだよ。
Love is lust, totally meaningless unless you're sleeping together.
男どもはお前の匂いに惹かれて群がるウジバエどもなんだよ。
Men are mere flies and maggots that get drawn to your female scent and crowd around
そん
you.
なこともその年でまだ理解でき
You
ね
still
えの
not
か
understand that at
よ。
your age?
お前は失望するぜ。その後ろのメガネ男のどす黒い欲望。
You'll
一
despair.
度でも覗いちまったら。
The very first time you witness the dark lust of that glasses man
がっか
behind
り
you,
愕然唖然呆然全然ダメだぜ。
you'll be crushed,
そうの
shocked, dumbfounded, stupefied, and it's all useless, Shannon. It's all over, Shannon.
ああ、もういいや。語るな家具が。この家具。
That's enough talk out of you, furniture, furniture, furniture.
何様のつもりだよ、語りやがって。愛なんて結局はど汚ねえ汚物をどう綺麗に見せようかって欺瞞なんだよ。
No matter how beautiful you try to make love sound, in the end it's a fraud because love is filthy filth. Who broke up with you 1,000 years ago, Beatrice? Because you really ain't taking this well.
死ねよ、クズ。家具、スクラップ。
Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die, trash, furniture, scrap?
お前を汚らわしいウジ虫に変えてやるよ。
I'll turn you into a maggot and we'll
お
see.
前を愛するか試してやるよ。
We'll see whether Glasses guy still loves you then. No need, nor need to deal with Beatrice. She got tossed off the cliff. Everything's fine now. Yeah, I guess so. Everything's
そ
fine.
いつの愛のどぎたねえ現実ってやつを
I'll
教
show
え
you
て
this
やる
guy.
よ。
I'll show you this guy's only had his eyes on your flesh.
死ねよ、ガラクタが。てめえが愛を語るんじゃねえ。
Hi, you piece of crap. Don't tell me about love. The invisible column of light with Shannon at the center started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. The wall did its best to withstand the unseeable mouths that tried to corrode in on them from all directions.
なんだよそれは。抵抗してるつもりかよ。
You actually think you're resisting? I mean, she's not dead yet.
安っぽいんだよ、薄っぺらいんだよ。お前の綺麗事と同じなんだよ、見せかけだけの薄っ
You're
ぺら。
insignificant. Frail, just like your cheap ideals. A frail
見
pretense.
たくないものをベールで覆って隠してるだけなんだよ。まだわかんないのかよ。だから家具な
That's
ん
quite
だ
the
よ。
essay.
家具。
Just a frail presence you're hiding what you don't want to see by covering with a veil. Do you still not understand why your furniture?
ほらほらほらほらほら削られてるぜ。カリカリコリコリガリガリゴリゴリなんて薄くて情けないんだよ。
You see, it's being erased. Crack, crunch, smack, snap. Thin. How
お
shameful.
前のその薄っぺらな抵抗に比べたら、パルミジャーノレッジアーノの方がまだ削るのに苦労がいるぜ。
What's she saying? Parmigiano Reggiano would be harder to cut through than your frail resistance? Alright. It's not gone yet. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shave the walls off the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern that turned it into a red wall of despair that began to wrap the two of them up.
庄司さん、
George,
ごめんなさい。やはり
too much.
私には無理でした。
After all,
ありがとう。
thanks.
君は僕のために。
You fought for my
それ
sake.
だけで嬉しい。
That makes me happy. Oh, poor epileptic. The round wall that had once protected them was assaulted and covered with a curve of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream. It began to suck the two of them up instead. Well, that spell's gone. Was that a continuous spell or a one-time cast? George, can I ask a favor? Shannon grasped George's hand behind her. So George hugged her shoulders just as strongly.
なんだい。
What is it?
最後に愛してるって
In the end, let me
聞か
hear
せ
you
てく
say,
ださい。
I love you, please. Yeah.
さよ。僕は君を永遠に。
Sayo, all forever. And they're gone. Several hours later. 3 more hours pass. Okay. Dun dun dun. They're gone. Oh, they're gone. There's not much to be said about that. Every room is empty, except Genji, unless Genji's dead. After Genji finished his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. He'd eaten some reheated soup Goda had made along with some random leftovers from the refrigerator. These were all things Goda made himself and were of course delicious. He'd half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner, but he'd been yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food they'd had would be enough and the door wasn't even opened to him. Ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. Why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself, even though all those crimes had been committed and many people had been met their brutal end? Well, judging by his appearance as he carried out his usual task without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal, you might think all the horrible events of that day had been no more than a dream or an illusion. Was he talking about a philosophic view, or had he accepted his fate? Genji must have considered it a virtue that when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable, he carried out his duties systematically until the last moment. The depths of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity unless he spoke of them himself. He returned his master key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways checking to make sure the windows were closed. It probably made his rounds go faster than usual. At the sound of a reserved knock, oh boy, here we go, Aunt Rosa, who'd been falling into a doze, jumped and woke up pointing the barrel of a gun at the door as she yelled, "Who is it?" I was napping on a sofa and that voice also brought me back to reality. Rosa-sama. This is Genji. Do you have business? Don't worry about opening the door. Tell us from there. Ma'am. In that case, forgive me for speaking in this fashion. I have found that Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses. What did you say? I see. Very well, let's go check them. You're gonna leave for that? Really? Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anyone. Okay, Madeline. Stay with me, it'll be okay. Maybe my face seemed to be darkened with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Since it was Aunt Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of sofas. And when I finished, I took a backward glance at Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door.
Genji-san,
where are the bodies? In the courtyard. I shall guide you. Butler, wait. In case, let's check the doors and windows of this room. Wait a sec. Aunt Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going ahead and began to carefully check the locks on each window. It had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. Maybe she's right to be this cautious. I mean, we saw someone walk through the door, so it's not going to work. Though it was called a courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable, as though it was telling you there'd be no escape from this mansion no matter where you tried to run. On the other hand, that meant even though we could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. Genji held out an umbrella, but Rosa ignored him. He was probably hinting the gun took two hands. It'd be dangerous if she took the umbrella. We didn't need Genji pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the yard, we could see where the doctor and Kumasawa lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening an umbrella, so Genji and I entered without opening one. Only Maria opened hers. And to think there's no wind, this is the perfect environment for an umbrella. You know what?
第7の番と第8の番だね。
7th and 8th twilights. I see.
なるほど。確かに、源氏さんたちが言っていたように、2人の首にはひどい傷があるわね。
Certainly, as Genji and the others said, there are horrible wounds on their necks.
すごく鋭利な。
The cuts are quite sharp.
まるで日本刀か何かで切ったかのように。
Almost like they were sliced with a katana or something. The gaping wounds on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes, but after seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they're not enough to make me feel sick. There we go. We're getting a tolerance. Too bad the night's almost over. More importantly, our gazes fell to their legs, to Dr. Nanjo's knee and Kumasawa's ankle. Driven into each was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic design. They must have been the same as the thing that pierced Jessica's back.
これは何なの？ジェシカちゃんの時と同じね。
It's just like what happened to Jessica.
何かオカルトの儀
Is this
式
an
のつ
occult
もり
ceremony? I wonder.
なのかしら。
わかりません。
I do not know.
彼らの遺体を最後に見た時にはこのようなものはありませ
The
ん。
last time I saw their bodies, there was nothing like these.
使用人室から運び出された後に
Maybe it's done after they're carried out of the servant room. The one stuck in Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect, but the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa's ankle might have been a little shallower. It came out and fell over. By looking at the one that fell over for the first time, I realized it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Its full length was probably 30 centimeters. Okay. It's probably made out of bronze or iron or something like that. Even without touching it, I could tell it had some weight to it. Bit of hefty. Alright, okay. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part. It was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe like a miniature version of those lances Western knights use on horseback? The spiral-shaped ditches in it make it look like a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off a demon or some shit. Instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices.
間違いない。
There's no mistake there. They're meant to be sacrifices.
第7の番に膝をえぐりて殺せ。
On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee
第
and kill.
8の番に
On the eighth,
足をえぐりて殺
gouge
せ。
the leg and kill.
待てよ。
Wait,
それじゃ第4、5、6の番が抜けちまう。
that means they've left out the fourth, fifth, and sixth twilights. Could it be?
まさか。
Of course. Why is Genji alone? If something like this happened, why aren't George, Aniki, Goda, and Shannon here? Why was Genji alone?
どういうこと？
What's going
ジョー
on?
ジ君たち3人はどこへ行ったの？
Where did George and the other two go?
夏日奥様のお部屋を探し物に行きたいと言われまして
They said they wanted to search for something in Madame Natsuhi's room and they left.
まだお戻りになりま
They
せん。
have not returned yet.
なんだって。
What did you say?
その出かけたってのはいつ頃
They
の
left?
話なんだ
When was that?
2、3時間前のことだと思います。
2, 3 hours ago, I believe?
そんな
No way.
なんでそんな大事なことを
Why did you
やっちゃ
tell
な
us?
くて
No, wait.
なんで不審に思わなかったんだよ
Why didn't you think that was
常
suspicious?
に一人使用人は待機していなくてはな
There
りませ
must be at least one servant on standby at all
ん。彼ら
times.
が戻るまで待機しているのが私
It
の
was my
お
duty
務
to
め
wait
でし
for
た。
orders until they returned. Genji getting his party killed. Seems good. Was Genji really this much of a robot? Yeah. This is bad. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed like this, which means the 3 people have already been killed. We ran toward Natsuhi's room when, with a touch of anxiety just as much as resignation. Rest in peace, my friends. Before we even saw the inside of Natsuhi's room, we were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. On that door was a bizarre scribble. No filth? Anyway, the room wasn't in an ordinary state, and without even opening the door, we could imagine what we'd find inside. On the face of the door, how do I say it? Handprints. Done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before. I'd banged on the door, scratching at it, dirtying it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint had been slathered on and was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood.
源氏さん、
Could you please open
開
it?
けてください。
Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji to open the door. He approached it without seeming particularly troubled by the stuff on it and turned the knob, but immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. At that moment, there was only one person in the mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will, Aunt Rosa. This time, Genji asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. After frowning slightly for a second, Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door.
バトラ君、
Battle,
これで
open
開け
it
て
for
も
me.
らえる。
そのくらいのこと源氏さんを信
Just
用して
trusting
も
Genji with something like this wouldn't. Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would make the mood turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached the creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole. Clunk? There was a slight resistance. Aunt Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. As I thought. A reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Drawers had been flung open, pulled out, and had their contents thrown out all over the place, leaving the room so cluttered you'd never believe it belonged to the methodical Aunt Natsuhi. The very first thing that caught our eyes was Goda-san's corpse lying face down right in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest, as though it had been struck there to finish off a vampire, was one of those demon stakes from before. How far it could have reached after being stuck that deeply into his chest? Well, imagining it would make anyone's chest hurt. Wasn't the chest the 5th Twilight? Huh. Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal, but maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where the 3 corpses lay. And along the wall furthest into the room, George Aniki lay dead. This time, one of the stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach the 6th Twilight? Shannon's corpse was face down in front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. Had she seen her own face at the end, in that horribly broken mirror stained with blood? I guess she was laying that way I couldn't see her face, but I could guess without seeing it. Nearby, in the sea of blood, she lay in a demon stake had fallen. Only the 4th Twilight was left. Gouge the head and kill. Maybe my heart was worn out and dead, even though I knew I was wrong. I lifted her head and checked, and confirmed my guess had been right on the mark. There was a gaping hole in Shannon's head, and the insides were dripping out. Not only that, but you could even see inside her. After seeing that, I realized I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Hey, Battle-kun! Don't touch anything until the police come. What do you think you're doing touching it? Shut the fuck up, Rosa. What will you do if your precious evidence on the scene gets disturbed? Rosa got violently mad at me and tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing dimly up at the ceiling. Maria. With this, even the 8th Twilight's over. What was the 9th Twilight again?
On
the 9th Twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive. I see. After this, the Golden Witch Beatrice will be revived. What then? On the 10th Twilight? On the 10th Twilight, at Journey's End, you attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be open. Soon. The witch shall be revived and none will be left alive, huh? Do we die now? Or does this mean the ceremony of sacrifices is over and now at Journey's End we reach the Golden Land? What is our journey? What's our journey? We spent the whole day trying to find the culprit, spinning our heads as we tried to break out of the situation. And we've gotten nowhere. Like they say, thinking stupid's no better than sleeping. That's right, we spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. So certain we could only trust the dead. We came all the way here to confirm these 3 deaths with our own eyes. If we're like this, why should we be able to make it to the Golden Land? That's right, if we can't resolve any of our problems anyway, It would have been better if we just locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking about it at all. Grandfather's the wisest of us. He's been shut up in his room ever since yesterday without contact with anyone. It was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all.
大丈夫だよバトラー。
It's okay,
マ
Battler.
リアといれば大丈夫。
Here with me, you'll be
魔
okay.
女はとても気まぐれで、時に面白半分に人間を殺すかもしれない
Which is a fickle
恐ろしい存在だけれども。
She's terrifying. She might kill people for paltry fun sometimes.
でも、マリアと一緒にいれ
If you're
ば
with me, you'll be
絶対
okay.
に大丈夫。だから怯
Don't
え
be
ない
afraid.
で。
Be not afraid. Thanks, Maria. Thanks.
ありがとうな清澄でも嬉しい
Even
ぜ
if you're saying it to console me, I'm glad. After Aunt Rosa finished investigating the corpses, she announced that she'd seal this room again, chased the rest of us out, and stole back the master key she'd lent me and locked the door again. Apparently George Aniki had been holding the key to Aunt Natsuhi's room. He also collected that. Wait a minute. He has all the master keys on her person. If Natsuhi's own key was locked up inside this room, doesn't that make it another closed room? What, is this the fourth closed room? Yep. Now that the suspicion surrounding those three was cleared, we return to the parlor once more. I don't know what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent and everyone alive is the wolf. That leaves only me, Nazi. Nazi? Where's Nazi here? Aunt Rosa, Maria, and Genji. Besides us, there's only grandfather and that 19th person, the guest we've seen no trace of, Beatrice. 13 have died, 6 are left. How would a wolves and sheep puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people has been reduced to 6, I can't think of an answer. You should check if grandfather's alive. He might already be dead. No one's checked on him, right? Since the murder started. We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried while we were gone. A creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door. But thankfully we didn't find anything like that.
ありがとう、源氏さん。
Thank you,
ここま
Genji.
でで結構よ。
This is far enough.
あなたも今日は休んでください。
Please rest for the day.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
これで休ませていただき
Please
ます
excuse me. Wait, Rosa.
おいこの状況下で源氏さんをたった一
You're
人で
saying you're
過ご
leaving
させるって
Genji
いうの
alone
か
in a situation like this?
そうね。
That's
と
right.
ても危険なことだと思うわ
I。do think it's quite dangerous.
でも、ならな
But in
ぜ
that case,
彼
why
は
is
無
he
事な
sick?
の？彼は3人が夏日姉さんの部屋へ向かった後、ずっと一人でいた。
After those three headed to Natsuhi Nesan's room, he was alone the whole
なの
time?
に無事だった。
What do you think of everything of anything? I don't know, but Battler definitely isn't thinking we should be doing anything. I think Battler likes chilling out and watching people die secretly, because man, the minute you reach the end of the first arc, you should have been like, how do I solve this stupid riddle? Not, I don't believe in riddles. Oh, Battler. Personally, I'm enjoying the story at least, even if I think it's going a little bit too slowly. As it feels like we haven't gone anywhere with this second arc. We haven't really had like a new perspective. We've had a few deaths, but the arguments have been very similar. Do you have any ideas of anything going on or any conception of anything? I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to be looking for things. Like there doesn't seem to be too much mystery. Things seem to be like pretty cut and dry as to like what's going on at most points. There's not really a question of whether or not there's any magic, and most of it is like blatantly magical. Including like all of the death scenes. So it seems pretty straightforward. Like the mystery, it seems to be less a mystery and more like you being curious, I guess, in this arc as to like how it would be possible for a person to do any of this stuff, and competing with like Battler to come up with the physically possible answers. Which is kind of an alright, it was kind of like an alright enjoyable situation, although I was thinking to be more of like a mystery to solve rather than like a howdunit or a whodunit rather than like a discussion of how it would be possible. It's pretty straightforward. If Beatrice killed everyone using her witch's magic, I mean, we've literally seen Beatrice using her witch magic on like 3 occasions. I mean, technically, not everyone died to Beatrice's witch magic. That doesn't follow. I mean, We clearly saw like a demon kill. We clearly saw like one of her summoned demons or furniture kill Cannon and Jessica, and we clearly saw George get murdered. We clearly saw George and Shannon get murdered by like presumably the swarm of butterflies, and Goda slain by who is that? Beelzebub? Like, we've clearly seen that on screen. There's not any ambiguity in how they died. And we've seen several of the human characters use magic, so there's not any ambiguity in what's happening there. It's 500,000% magic, and there's no question about it. We've also seen Beatrice literally appear in front of multiple people via magic. Although that, like, she might just live on the island, that stuff, you know. But we've seen her disintegrate into butterflies, so that seems believable. Why did Beatrice kill people? It seems pretty straightforward. She's killing people as part of, like, her contract with Kinzo. That, like, she's supposed to do... Sorry, as part of the ritual Kinzo sort of started. Once she got free, is like, she's gonna do this shit, reclaim her interest, and Kinzo's kind of gambling that he's gonna be alive after the roulette. Kinzo sets up this ritual where she's killing people to maybe get resurrected, and take the gold back, and he's like, I just want to see if I survive the roulette so I can hang out with Beatrice. That seems to be his goal, and the risk involved is like that people find the gold, which is kind of weird because he says like his survival and them finding the gold are lose conditions for Kinzo, but nobody's looking for the fucking gold, so I don't understand how he's taking a risk with the gold plot. Like, he hasn't actually told anyone to look for the gold, other than the servants who are just like, we're furniture, we don't look for gold, fuck you. Like, okay. Like, he went on this big rant in the beginning of the first arc about how, like, the fact that people could find the gold is bad for him, but he needs them to be searching as hard as they can, and then he never fucking tries to get them to do it. It's kind of weird. So I get an idea why Beatrice is killing people. It seems to be due to Kinzo's ritual or possibly some contract dealing with that. That's not too bad, as far as an explanation goes. How is Kinzo taking a risk for the gold plot? It's almost like it's a mystery. I mean, how is the question, because he's not actually trying to get anyone to solve the gold plot. That's why I'm wondering why he's... Like, it might be something that adds minimal risk, or at least gives a condition for her, but it doesn't really seem to, like, benefit him. It's like he wants them to be trying to find it, but nobody's actually looking for it because he hasn't told them to find it. So I guess the mystery would be why Kinzo is even bothering with this gold subplot. As the gold subplot, apart from, like, defeating Beatrice, it doesn't seem to, like, add risk to him. Basically, it's like, is Kinzo relying on the fact that they're going to time loop until they find a solution? I guess that's his solution, because he didn't pitch them doing it, so I guess Kinzo might be already aware that Beatrice likes playing games and forcing them to reiterate this. But that would, like, mean he knows that Battler's gonna, like, mess with Beatrice in the afterlife after he gets fucking murdered, which is, like... They're doing time loops. I don't know if they're doing... I think it's not clear if they're doing time loops. It's more clear that... my assumption was that the tea room was a meta commentary, but given how this arc's played out, and there's clear discussion between Beatrice and Battler, it's clear that the first arc was canon, and these ones are like simulations or something set up by Beatrice between Battler and her to, like, prove that magic is real. It's kind of unusual. It's kind of an unusual setup to, like, effectively loop, but they're playing through the same scenario in, like, the equivalent of Beatrice's magical holodeck, which is even funnier when he says magic isn't real. The first arc is canon, and these are simulations, perhaps magical in nature. That appears to be the only case that's possible at this point. As we clearly saw the previous scenarios happen, and we clearly saw the previous scenarios happen. Now, that could have been another scenario, and Beatrice and Battler could have already been dead, and we haven't seen the arc where they actually died. or acquired the Golden Lane. Like maybe the 8th arc is the canon one, and that's the one where they find the gold and go to the Golden Lane and don't get fucked over. Like, who knows? There's a possibility that that's the case. But based on the order of events presented so far and the lack of third-party interaction in the first arc, they're presumably all dead. They're not in purgatory. They're in wherever the fuck the Tea Party showed us. Where the fuck in Beatrice's realm they are with the Tea Party playing games, right? Which is why it's so funny that he doesn't believe in magic, because he's clearly been killed multiple... It's like he's watched his whole family been killed multiple times, and he's like, magic's not real. It's like, Beatrice literally resurrected and killed him in front of you, and you were like, yeah, that's not magic. Like, it seems like a bad faith argument on his part, but, you know, whatever. Hopefully we go somewhere else. Hopefully he moves on from that. Yeah, the Tea Party was titled Purgatory, yeah. Yeah, the tea Party was titled Purgatory, but I don't know if they were actually in Purgatory or in, like, Beatrice's personal pocket dimension or whatever bullshit. But that's presumably where the plot's taking place, since, otherwise all the meta commentary would be utterly meaningless. And since this entire story has existed only for the sole purpose of this meta commentary, or not this meta commentary, but like this story within a story, clearly this story is less real. Or it's either she's either peering into another timeline, which doesn't make sense because she's not doing that. She specifically said she's like simulating a game for him, so that's what's happening. I don't see too much of reason to believe otherwise. But like, there's no way you can ever doubt that any of the magical stuff happened. It's it's clearly magical at this point. Based on especially like some of the scenes you could maybe like cope really hard, but it rewards effort put into understanding it. I mean, maybe we'll see. We'll see. It just seems like the primary argument for the first few chapters seems to be pretty pointless, considering how obvious some of the stuff is. It's like, why did we even have this first arc where we question whether magic exists if we're gonna have a second arc where it's like the character is still questioning it, but you're like, this is incredibly stupid. We've seen actual magic at the bottom of the first arc. Like, it's like, okay, we saw, it's like, if we have to take since the arc forces us to take the Tea Party as happening in the timeline, like, you have to acknowledge that magic is real, which is kind of silly. Don't hits up. I mean, you can if you really want it. I don't really care if I won't get there or not, though. Yet he's safe. A wolves and sheep puzzle. I mean, Rosa, this wolves and sheep puzzle solution is not working for you. People have fucking died. Can you please think of another solution? Why would a sheep be safe if it's all alone and therefore in its weakest possible position? Like coincidence there were no wolves around? Wrong. Because it wasn't a sheep? You saying Genji is the killer? He says he's alone in the kitchen. It's impossible to prove. The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses who could have killed George and the rest were him and Beatrice, right? Wait, with that argument, anyone? Battler-sama. Thank you for your concern. I believe trust is won not with 100 excuses, but with simple faithfulness. Even if I'm not able to gain your trust, I wish to be faithful until the end. Genji-san. See, like in Higurashi, we had some questions of whether or not things were actually magical in nature, because it was not clear what was going on, and our character was like kind of descending into madness at the same time. So we were like, is it a ghost or is he crazy? That was kind of a fun mystery. This does not have a mystery as to how things are done, but rather like you're more interested in like how the setup is going, or how like how everyone's reacting to it, or like also like some fun puzzles. It's like fun. It's fun to question what's going on, but it's less a question of like what's going on because it's pretty straightforward. Surprise and see it himself. Sure. We're
あなた
decided.
が本当に無実な
If you're truly innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow. Alright. Will we see
そ
tomorrow?
れまで
Probably
の
not.
間
Until
あな
then,
たを
we
疑い
can't
から
remove you
外
from
すわけには
suspicion.
いかない。長年後ろ宮家に仕えてくれたあなたにこんな仕打ちをするのは本当に心苦しいんだけれ
After
ど
long years of service, I find it painful to treat you so poorly.
今夜は分かってください。
There's a couple people in chat who already know what's going on. Actually, in our Discord, we have a spoilers channel for them to talk that I had to mute immediately because I was getting notifications, and I'm like, I don't want to be accidentally clicking notifications into this chat. Please understand tonight.
そして
When tomorrow
明日
comes,
になったら
let us make up again.
もう一度仲直りさせてください。
Yep. Genji gave his head a small shake
今日も明日も
today and tomorrow.
私は後ろ宮家の使用人であり続けます。
I will continue to be a servant of the Shiromiya
ご
family.
用がありましたらいつでもお申し付けください。
If you need anything, please say so at any time.
それでは
And then, if you'll excuse me,
失礼させていただきます。
after hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji bowed deeply and left down the hall. I'm thinking we're going into the last two scenes. Then we enter the room. Even though Rosa held all the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched, how do I say it? I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor, figured I'd waited just about long enough and entered the parlor behind her. If she doesn't trust anyone but the dead, why doesn't she go around killing everyone with the gun she's got in her hand? And then in the end, she'll realize she herself is the wolf. Then she can just blast through the head of the final wolf and close the curtain on this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I'd been encamped before, rudely resting both my feet on the table. When I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped, moving my feet. What is this? Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. Oh boy, here we go. It was that envelope from before with the seal of the one-winged eagle, and it was unopened. Wait. What's this? Who put it in a place like this and when? Until I went with everyone to check the corpses, I was sitting here the whole time. There wasn't anything there then. And when I returned, it was... here. It's okay.
戸締まりに問題はないわ。
Everything's still locked securely.
この部屋は安全よ。
This room is safe. I heard Rosa muttering that... Wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked the windows were all perfectly locked, and then we locked it up, came back, and the windows were still locked. And who put this letter here and how? I opened the letter, 2 pieces of stationery came out. The first page had a magic circle drawn on it with something like blood. I asked Maria, if I asked her, she probably knew what it meant. Okay. There was writing on the other page. Have you made progress in solving the epitaph? In a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The ninth twilight will begin quite soon. There was no mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice. Yep, okay. That one. What's that?
今ここに来たら
You came here just now?
置いてあった。
It was sitting right here.
どうしたのマリア？
What happened, Maria?
バトラ君、
How to live
そ
that
の手
letter?
紙は？
いや、ここに置いてあったんだ。
It was sitting right here.
どうしてだよ。
Why?
この部屋はちゃんと戸締まりをしていたのに。
We checked to make sure the room
どう
was
してだ
locked.
よ。
Why?
どうして。
What?
マリア、いらっしゃ
Maria,
い。
come here. Aunt Rosa closed her eyes a little and after thinking silently for a moment told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words, and as she did, something unbelievable happened. Rosa pointed the barrel of the gun at me.
バトラ君、あなたを狼だと断定するわ。
Battler could have concluded you were a wolf. Here we go.
どうして。
Why? I see
私は
why.
この部屋にたった今帰ってきて、そのテ
When I
ーブル
came
の
into
上
the
に
room
何も
now,
ないことを見ているわ。
I saw there was nothing at all on the
そ
table.
して マリアがそのテーブルに近づいてい
And I
ない
know
ことを知って
Maria
いる
didn't approach the
わ
table.
ずかな時間よ。
We're talking about a short stretch of time.
このテーブルに近づき、そして手紙を見つけたと主張するのはあなた
The
だ
only
けな
one
の
who
よ。
claims to approach the table and found the letter is you.
そんなのって
How could you?
いや
Wait, that's all
姉ちゃん
screwed up.
なんで俺がこんなものを置くん
Why would
だ
I
よ
put something like this here?
おいおい俺は不審なものを見つ
I
けて
just
報告
found
しただ
something
けだぜ
suspicious and reported it. She said you can't trust anyone. She's including you in that. I don't know why you didn't think of that. I mean, he did. He did kind of ponder it, but now he got it.
なんで俺が疑われるん
Why
だ
are
よ
you suspecting me? She suspects everyone.
あなたにしか
Only
そ
you
の手
could have
紙
set
を
the
そこ
letter
へ
there.
置けないからよ。そう、これは自作自演。
Right, this is all a
あな
charade.
たが懐から封筒を取り出し、たった今見つけたかのように振る舞っ
You
た。
pull an envelope from your pocket and then act as though you just
密
found
室
it.
の中に魔女が入って手紙を置いていった幻想を作り出すために
To
ね。
create the illusion, the witch entered a closed room, set down a letter, and left. Dude, we've had like 4 closed rooms. I mean, admittedly, some of them could have had like some solutions, but we're going this way, I guess. Are you thinking like that again, dude? Battler, she has not stopped thinking of that wolves and sheep problem, and seems to think that safety in numbers works. And then she splits the party in half to see what happens. I don't think you're gonna get through to her unless you convince her to change the way she's thinking.
そんなことで
You gonna suspect me? She's always suspected you.
俺まで疑うのかよ
Because of something like that?
いい加減にしろ
Cut it out.
俺は親父たちを殺されて
My
るん
dad
だ
and
ぞ
everyone else were
そ
killed.
んな俺が
Why would I take
ど
part
う
in
して
that
犯人
culprit
の片
scheme?
棒を担がなければならない
そうね。
True.
たとえ莫大なお金がもらえるとしたとしても、そんなことで肉親の命を切り売り
Even
で
if
き
you
る
were
よう
offered
な
a
悪
lot
魔
of
がい
money,
る
I
なんて
don't
信
want
じ
to
たく
believe
ないわ。
in the existence of a demon who could sell their own parents.
でもね、いるかもしれない。
But maybe such a demon does exist. It's a bad way to
例
say
え
it.
ば、バトラ君にとってルドルフ兄さんたちが親でなかっ
But
たと
if
し
you
たら、
didn't, if you Rudolph Nisan and Kirie-san as your parents, maybe.
はあ何を言い出すかと思えば
Think about what you're saying.
親父は親父だろうが
Dad's dad, right?
確かにキリエさんと血縁はねえが俺の姉貴も同然のお人だ
I'm not related to Kirie-san by blood, but she's like a big
そ
sister.
こだけは聞き捨てならねえぞこの野郎
No way I'd let a comment like that slide, bastard. With Mario. Mario's just like, I only want people to die after being sacrificed by Beatrice. This is a waste of bullets, a waste of time, and a waste of life.
言うのをやめなさい。
Stop saying ooh.
ごめんなさい。言い方が悪かった。
Sorry, that's a bad way to put
確
it.
かに後ろ宮バトラ君はルドルフ兄さんの子供かもしれない。
True, Ushirmia Battler-kun. Maybe a Rudolph Nisan's child.
でもあなた本
But are
当
you
に
really that
ルドル
battler?
フ兄さんの息子のバトラ君なの？
That's the line we're going with.
何をわけのわかんねえこと
The hell are you talking about?
俺がバトラじゃねえんなら
I'm not
誰
battling,
に
who
見え
else
る
do
っ
I
てん
look
だよ
like? You've been in the room with me the whole
ルドルフ兄さん
time.
も含めて私たちは6年ぶりにあなたを再会しているわ。
Time for... You just noticed Rosa's been paranoid? Dude, she's been acting this way the whole time. I'm actually not surprised she's doing this. I was waiting for something to set her off about someone else. I mean, at least she had good evidence. She had, like, a decent reason to separate everyone else off due to, like, how the locked room system sets up. How would you react in her place? I don't think she's acting completely insane. I can kind of get behind it. If she is assuming everything's real, everything's normal, and she, like, locked the door and no one else got in here, it's like, okay, well, you're the only one who could have placed that. Now, my question is, how does she think he participated in any of these other murders, considering she's been watching him or with him the whole time? Like, this entire day, we've been with Rosa, so how on earth would we have killed anyone else? That would be my question, is like, how did we kill anyone all day? Like, okay, Rosa, how did we kill anyone? Explain it to me. Explain it to me. I've been with you all day. How did I kill anyone? I've never left the group. It's just funny to suspect Battler being an imposter red sus. He is pretty sus. But I also find it amusing because Rosa keeps using some of his logic from the first chapter and a bit of his logic from earlier in the chapter against him, and he doesn't magic red text it away, so it's kind of funny. She's not accusing Battler of killing someone, she's accusing Battler of being a nefarious person that's actively plotting with the killer to kill the rest of the family. Yes, I understand that. She's not directly saying he killed anyone, but she's accusing him of working with them. An accomplice or co-conspirator who hasn't actually ended up killing anybody. I understand that. That's her wolves and sheep theory. You don't have to be... You can still be with the killers and not have killed anyone. As her philosophy instead of chessboard thinking is wolves and sheep. She could be accusing him of helping with the verse Twilight. Yeah, that's true. She's probably accusing him of killing his family. That part is true. All of us, including Rudolph, are seeing you for the first time in 6 years, and she's currently accusing you of not being Battler. No one can prove you really are Ushiramiya Battler, right? Maybe you aren't Battler, but someone who snuck in making a skillful bid to steal the wealth of the Ushiramiya family? Can you clearly prove you're Ushiramiya Battler? Okay, this is a bad argument, Rosa, because I can turn it around on you and say, oh, you're not Rosa, because I haven't seen Rosa in 6 years. Therefore, you're just someone who's here to steal the Ushiramiya family wealth. And, yeah, her argument's like, no, her argument sucks, because you can say the same thing about anyone else. If you haven't seen them in 6 years, you can say the same thing about literally any other person. Like, how do I know you're not lying? How do I know you're not keeping Maria close to your side so she doesn't tell us the truth? How do I know you're not beating her when she oohs because she's trying to break her, like... Everyone else in the family knows Rosa and was in agreement she was Rosa. Yeah, but his parents were in agreement that he was... Like, he's presumably relatively familiar with Kiri and Rudolph, and they were on his... They believed he was himself. But down to the people that are left. If we're down to the people who are left, Battler is a sizable portion of people, and he knows there's Rosa and Maria in this room. Of the people in this room, yeah. The accusations that Rudolph and Kiri so conspired to place a new actor in the mix. Interesting. Okay. I mean, that accusation, I'm not sure the accusation quite holds that much water, but it might be more plausible. At the start of the day, it was more plausible that it was, at the start of the day, it was plausible. It was more plausible, like, Rosa's accusation is, Rosa being Rosa is more plausible than Battler being Battler. He hasn't been living with his parents for 6 years? Dude, I haven't been living with my parents for 6 years, and my parents would still recognize me. It's not that complicated. Like, I haven't been living with my parents for 6 years, but I'm pretty sure if I drove to their house right now, which I actually don't know where they live right now, but if I drove to their house right now, they'd recognize me. Because just because he hasn't been living with them doesn't mean he hasn't seen them or called them. It just means he doesn't live with them. Did you leave your parents when you were 9-ish and then see them when you were like 15-ish? He's like 18 now. He's 18 right now. He left them when he was 12. It was 6-ish years. Children change a lot over puberty. They do change a lot. But I'm saying like even it's 12 to 18, the point still stands. Yeah, relatively, but like people are still semi-recognizable. People are still semi-recognizable. I think it's okay. Like, I can still recognize some of my cousins just because they appear. Like, I have several cousins that live out of country that I literally see like once in a blue moon, and they're like they were sort of hard to see, but they were sort of hard to see. But I had a couple other cousins that were very recognizable after several years, too. So like a couple of my cousins, I couldn't tell who they were after not seeing them for 6 years because they were like growing up. They grew up in Central America. They grew up in Central America, and I didn't really recognize them. But I had only seen them like once or twice in my whole life in the first place. But I have a couple other people that I'd seen a couple times and immediately recognized them, even though I hadn't seen them in like 8 years while they were growing up. Yeah, some people you'll recognize and some people you won't. I believe it's just Rosa being paranoid. I believe it's just Rosa being paranoid, but like, with the people in this room, I could just easily argue that you're not the person you claim to be. In this current instance, I can claim that because there's no one else in the room that can recognize her other than the person who is presumably her child. And I don't recognize the child because the child was like, what, 3 years old last time I saw them? So it could be literally anyone's child. I can say, okay, well, I don't know. The Maria I know is 3 years old, and I've never seen a Maria who can even talk, so I have no clue if that's Maria. And I have no clue if you're Rosa. I have no reason to believe you're Rosa. You could be replaced with an imposter. And you have to be like, okay, well, prove that otherwise. And she's like, well, I'll go get Genji. And I'm like, okay. But you're not here. But you're accusing Genji of being a murderer anyway. Everyone recognized Rosa. She disappears and a stranger shows up. Yeah, why not? I'm saying like right now, in this exact instance, this is true. In this exact instance where there is no one else around who she isn't accusing of being a fucking murderer, that she could equally be the person because you don't know her that well. So like, for all you know, someone hired her, for all you know, this is her body double and it's always been her body double, and she got replaced 3 years ago because the family didn't like her and they're just using her to keep her appearances up. Like, you have no idea. It's a rhetorical point, not a theory. Yeah, it's not an actual theory. I don't actually think Rosa is not Rosa. And I also don't think Battler is not Battler. That doesn't really follow, and that would be like a big ass pull, but I mean, you could do it. Like identical twin stuff or whatever if you wanted to, but we haven't really seen any stuff like that. Yeah. Nah, yeah, no, I think I'm arguing rhetorically. I don't actually believe that Rosa is not Rosa. But I'm saying she doesn't really have any evidence at this point. In this exact instance where they stand here, you can be like, well, I'm gonna say that. I would say that if you're like, oh yeah, I'm not me. Okay, well, you're not you. Do you have anyone to vouch for you other than the random girl here that you've been beating the shit out of regularly? Like, okay, you've been like beating this chick into submission repeatedly. So I know she's not gonna speak up because she knows she'll actually get beaten or killed if she does anything. And you're pointing a gun at me, so that's not gonna work out. Not gonna work out for her here. Yeah. Like, it's like, alright, all I know is that you could just like emphasize her violent traits that you didn't recognize in her previously and be like, you're nothing like the Rosa I know. It's like, for all we know. Because, you know, for all we know, because Battler could say, for all I know, there's been like some crazy plot to steal this wealth. It's worth literally millions of dollars. Someone could have had like facial surgery to like look exactly like Rosa, just to maneuver her into this. Like, it could be some crazy out of the wing plot that like would never happen in the story, but he could be like, well, if we're gonna make bullshit claims like this, let's go like that and see how it goes. Battler could argue magic. Yeah, I don't think magic's gonna work. No one's been arguing magic in front of Rosa. Although it's kind of funny, Rosa seems like she should be someone who sort of believes in it since she met Beatrice. I don't know why she doesn't believe in magic. Would you really say these things if she has a gun and you don't? It depends. I haven't been in that situation. I haven't been in that situation before. Can I prove right here? But okay, here's the thing. How would you ever prove that you're a Shirmiya battler right here, right now? Is it physically possible? No, because she's going to claim right here, right now that you have to prove you're a Shirmiya battler via like genetic testing, which you have to produce a piece of genetic testing equipment out of your ass. Like, it's not going to work because there's no magical password that proves you're a battler, and even if there was a password, she'd just say that you give it out. No, do I think it's true? No, I don't think this is true. I don't think it's true, and I equally don't think Battler is not Battler. Because I think Rosa is just being paranoid. Yeah, rhetorical arguments are fun to play with. But it helps if everyone's on the same page that it's clearly a rhetorical argument. Like, there's no basis in fact for us. There's no basis in fact for us to believe that, like, at least in the story, for us to believe that Rosa is not Rosa. Like, we have some arguments in Higurashi that Mion and Shion are not the same person. Once the second arc's begun and we've actually met, we've met Mion/Shion. We've met Mion/Shion. Like, once we've met both of them, we have an argument that they could be the different person at any point. But we don't have that here because we haven't been introduced to any twins. Rhetorical arguments deconstruct the situation. Yeah. So the rhetorical argument of whether or not you're Battler, with there being, like, no real evidence for or against you being Battler, is easy to deconstruct because you can make the argument for anyone else. Put it out on me. I'm a Shiromiya Battler. Can you identify them by their chests? Is that just you? They actually all have, like, consistently different body types, right? I think most of them have pretty different body types. If nothing, like, I think they're all pretty far apart. Yeah. Yeah, there are assumptions, but there's no way to corroborate and validate them. Exactly. That's the point. I'm arguing that there's no way for a Shiromiya Battler to ever corroborate or invalidate the argument that he is not a Shiromiya Battler. And that the same could more or less be said for the woman standing in front of him. So the argument is so her argument's in bad faith. That's the rhetoric we're going with, is that basically Rosa's arguing in bad faith, which is lame. Because you could make you could make an argument like that towards anyone. So it doesn't really, like, lead you anywhere. If she makes that accusation, it leads you nowhere. She's only able to enforce it because she has a gun. Hey, speaking of stupid accusations, here we go. My exact accusation. Are you really a Shiromiya Rosa? If we're gonna suspect things like that. See? Even Battler actually says it to her face while there's a gun pointed at him. And he's absolutely right. It's just as implausible. I'm myself, no one else. It's right. It's just as you say. You can't trust anyone but corpses and yourself. Yep. If you're going that far, let me make an objection. Okay. George, Aniki, and the others were found dead, and Aunt Natsuhi's room was locked. George had the key to the room, right? And now, the only one with the master key is you, Rosa, right? You're the only one who could have unlocked that room, right? My theory goes like this. You're in contact with the real culprit? Well, I'm not looking, you lend them one of the 5 master keys. I didn't do something like that. How can we be certain? There's 5 here, right? Now there's 5. As if that matters. Could have had them send it for a ranged spot and collected it. And you were the one who doubted whether there's 5 master keys? True. How do you suggest someone other than yourself placed the letter there? Until you find proof someone else did it, you're a wolf. Shut up, poor Battler. Everyone's welcome except most except who was. Yeah, why don't you show me some proof? How do you claim the culprit killed George, Aniki, and the rest in that closed room? How'd they lock it? Without using one of your keys. It's right. Natsuki's room was the same, just like usual. The door and windows locked from the inside. There were no frauds or tricks, no secret passage, nor place to hide. You have spent hours deep diving into the series with lots of esoteric analyses. Interesting. In that case, do you think all of the red text is absolutely correct? Obviously, she's playing around with wording and being very specific, so she's avoiding lines that would expose any gaps in her reasoning. But is there any point where she outright lies in the red text in the first couple chapters? In the first couple chapters, is she outright lying? I don't really care. I'm just curious if I'm supposed to be taking it as the gospel. It's fine if it's not. I mean, she is the only source of the red text is true, which just means she can change her own text color, not that it's absolutely right. She is mostly doing it for fun. Natsuki's own key was in George's pocket, the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding all of them. Let me say this, the parlor's the same. The key to the parlor is sealed in the servant room. Unlocking it without a master key is impossible. The definition of a closed room remains the same as always. Come on, now there's only one suspect. Or are you still playing innocent? In your opinion, red text is always true. Okay. I mean, I don't think that's an unreasonable opinion. You're like, oh, I've read the series. It seems like it's mostly true. I feel like it not being true would be kind of pointless. Because then you'd basically have, like, no source of information on some of this stuff. And you'd be like, well, I can just conjecture anything. I think that was the whole point of this second arc, right? Large sections of the second arc were devoted to justifying the existence of the red text between Beatrice and Battler, where basically Battler's like, well, it could always be a hidden passage, and she's like, fuck these hidden passage bullshit explanations suck dick. Can we just not do this? If we're in a mystery for how we're solving this? Like, the whole point is the author basically being like, I fucking hate it when people do this. So we're gonna have this red text that magically tells us the absolute truth. So, in my opinion, the red text should always be true, unless the red text should always be exactly true. Obviously, there's, like, space for how she phrases things, you know, the door can only be locked from the outside. The door can only be locked from the outside, but which means it can be unlocked from the inside, stuff like that. Obviously, there's gaps like that in the logic, where she's intentionally, like, phrasing it so that she can get, like, leave some ambiguity. Yeah, so she isn't, like, lying, or there's always like possibly an out for the locked room scenario. But from, like, a writing perspective, it doesn't make too much sense to invent the concept of the red text and then to, like, make something that's clearly wrong, unless it's, like, for a really obvious joke. Like, if she, like, when she's like, Battler, you're fucking incompetent, I mean, that might be true, but I don't know if it has an absolute truth value. Maybe it's from her perspective. It might be that. Are you still playing innocent? He's still playing innocent. Yeah. The red text should be true, because the red text is an author's implementation to give you absolute truth. It's like a vehicle for the author to give you absolute truth in a mystery, so you should assume it's true. Rich Amaru said, Battler, you're so stupid. I mean, I'm not. I've said that myself. But it's hard to say it's not clear if you can objectively say that. You could say he's made some really poor decisions. He's bullheaded, but I don't know if you can actually say that. Like, that is not that is like a statement of impressions, right? It seems close to saying it's a true statement. If most people agree that it's true, it could be a true statement. But for a lot of the red statements, they're objectively true facts that can be, like, that can be independent. I guess they're like things that can be independently determined and verified by someone who's not associated with the character or with the situation. But I guess you could also say the same thing for people experiencing the story, making Battler being an idiot true if everyone agrees it's true. I guess I would say maybe it's like the case where an objective truth would be an objective truth for like the door only locking or unlock, or like the door being the only entrance or exit from the room other than the obvious windows is like a fact that not just 99% but 100% of people would always come to the conclusion of as being truth or false, like as having the same truth value. Whereas like I think 90% of people would agree Battler's a dumbass, but I'm sure there's 1% of people that think he's kind of okay. Where like I couldn't be certain that everyone would come to that same conclusion. I can be like, man, I think he's dumb, and most people will agree with me, and this is why he's dumb. But I think in terms of red text, I don't know if you could say things assuming they have to be absolutely true. If there's someone who could come to an alternative conclusion, but it could always just be Beatrice's perspective on things, which would make it true. Right? Like if Beatrice just says like it's X and it has to be X, and it's her perspective that says that, like that's fine. Or maybe she's hitting on she's hitting on like what Battler would perceive as true. Because she hasn't said she says I did it with magic, but then she says the door can only be unlocked or locked with the key, so maybe she's like excluding magic, what could happen? Shut up. You shut up too. Alright.
黙るのはあなたの方でしょ。あなた以外にどうやってその手紙を受けたというの。
You're the one who should shut up? How do you claim the letter was placed by anyone other than you?
それが証明できない限り、あなたは狼なのよ。
Unless you prove that a thing happened, you're a wolf.
俺が疑えるってんならあんただって疑えるぜ。あんたこ
If
そ
we can
証明
suspect
してみ
me,
ろ。
we can suspect you too. Try showing me some proof yourself.
最初に部屋に入って戸締まりの確認だのを始めたのはロ
Weren't
ー
you
ザ
the
おば
first
さんじゃ
person
ね
to
えか
enter this
よ。
room and start checking the windows, Rosa?
そして俺の座っていた場所に再び俺が戻るだろうことを見越し
Then you guess I'm going back to where I'm sitting? Where I'd been sitting and secretly put the letter
これ
there?
はあんたの罠だって疑うこともできるんだぜ。
It's possible for us to suspect this is a trap of yours, right?
どうして私がそんな罠を。
How'd I use a trap like that?
私が狼ならこの銃で問答無用で撃ってるわよ。
You want to look justified in front of your daughter. In front of your supposed daughter.
そんなのじゃ理由に
It
な
proves
らねえ
nothing.
な。マリアの目の前で殺人ができねえから。うまく
Maybe
罠
you
に
chose the
かけよ
roundabout
うっ
way
て
of
回り
setting
くどい
a
こと
trap.
してるかもしれねえじゃねえか。
You didn't want to commit murder in front of Maria? Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. You want to look justified or not kill someone in front of Maria?
マスターキーはすべてあんた
All
の
the
手に
master
ある。
keys are in your
なら
hands.
ここもさっきも全部あんたの仕業じゃねえかよ。
What happened both here and in the last room was all you were
言い
doing,
逃れ
right?
できるってんなら言い訳を聞かせてみろよ。
If you want to talk your way out of this, let's hear those excuses.
そうさ。ローザおばさんは最初から怪しいん
You've
だ
been
よ。
suspicious from the start, Aunt Rosa?
なんで親族会議の大人たちが6人殺されたのにローザおばさんだけが例外
Very
なんだ。
good question. Very good question, by the way. Why was it that even though 6 adults in the conference were killed, you were the only exception? It's a very good question because as I recalled when Rosa was found not dead and everyone else was dead, I was very confused because Rosa was actually in the chapel, but we were claiming locked room and no one could have gotten in. Rosa somehow got into the chapel, or at least someone who looked like Rosa. And I was like really weirded out that Rosa hasn't talked about being in the chapel. So I actually went and checked the VODs to double check that the other day, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that Rosa is in fact in the chapel. Or possibly her body double, since presumably we can have demons make body doubles. Rosa, or someone who had the appearance and dialogue of Rosa, was in the chapel on the night the parents were murdered. I mean, I already remember that. I already remembered it was true, but I wanted to like get some visual evidence to make sure that was not one of those weird things where you're like, I'm positive I saw them there, and then you go and look, and it's like different. What's that? Like the The man. Was that the Mandela effect? Or is that the? The Mandela effect's the false memory phenomenon, right? Where you like multiple people perceive something as having happened, but it didn't actually happen, or it isn't true. I believe that's the Mandela effect. Specifically, like done with like Berenstain Bears, right? Happens in a few places. Anyway, it's a fairly common occurrence where lots of people remember something that would like make more sense in their heads, but it's not actually true. So I wanted to be. I was like, I'm positive I saw Rosa, but I wanted to like double check, and I did in fact see her when I was going over the mod. So she was in fact in the chapel, or someone who looked like her. So she has been suspicious from the start. There's just not really been any evidence that she's doing anything else other than like kicking people out of the group, but it seems logical at those points. Anyway, it's not like I can tell Battler to go investigate Rosa for having been in the chapel, because that's like information he wouldn't have. Why were the only one not in the chapel? That's not quite true. Let's see. Does she say she was? Only one reason. You invited Dad and the rest there and killed them? That explains everything. Don't fuck with me. Stop saying things that don't make sense. Okay. You mustn't fight? Oh? Mama Battler, stop it. It's no one's fault. It's not Battler or Mama's fault. The witch did all this? It was all magic? It's no one's fault. Now I think she's actually crying instead of just saying, ooh. Maria thrust herself in between Rosa and me as the blood started rising to our heads. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. I'd acted shamefully. Battler even saying fuck instead of the night world. How dare you? He actually did. Well, he says Fuzakana, right? Instead of don't fuck with me, but that's the translation. As there's not actually any curse words in Japanese. Alright. So, back to our senses. I've acted shamefully just now. My eyes filled with tears. That's right. Weren't you already crying, Battler? That's right, it's all the witch's fault, isn't it? All these keys, tricks, alibis. It's all stupid. Even though it's the work of the witch, we weren't able to trust each other as humans. Right, Rosa? From the beginning, there's not a human culprit. It's all the work of the witch. There's no way you're the culprit. There's no way you're the culprit. There's no way Mario. Yeah. Alright, Battler's back to coping hard. He's not accusing anyone. Why does it come to this? Why am I screaming at Rosa, who I love? I know why you're screaming at her. I know why you're screaming at her, dude. You're screaming at Aunt Rosa. Why are you having this fight? He's still thinking. With the kind aunt I love so much. You're still fighting this because you're only in your second iteration and we got 6 chapters to go. Why does everyone have to suspect each other? I'm not going to suspect my aunt. I'm not going to suspect anyone. All the work of the witch. The work of Beatrice. Whether or not this is true, Battler's Battlers back and forth on whether or not Beatrice exists is super annoying. Hopefully he stops that. Hopefully he stops that at the end of this chapter and just decides on whether or not Beatrice killed him or not. Like, Jesus, dude.
Beatrice!
Beatrice!
頼むからここに現れてくれよ
Now you know for a fact he's Kinzo's grandson because he screams Beatrice like Kinzo does.
そして自分が全てやったと俺たちに告白してくれよ
Confess to us that you did
もう
everything.
ごめんだ
I'm sorry.
こんな疑り合いはごめんなんだ
I'm sorry we've suspected each other like this.
だから俺たちを許してくれ解放してくれ
Release us.
互いの死を見届け合うまで疑り合わなきゃならない地獄から解放してくれ
Release us from the hell of suspecting each other until we see each other
俺に
die.
優しい親戚たちをいとこたちを返してくれよ
Give me my kind relatives and cousins
もう
back.
嫌だ
I hate it
嫌
all.
だ全部嫌だお前は確かに実在する
You exist, it's your victory.
お前の姿を見せてくれよベアトリーチェ
Beatrice!
ベアトリーチェ
Note that Battler has not actually seen Beatrice in this route. At least the the non-meta Battler has not actually seen Beatrice. He's only seen her evidence of her work. He's not actually seen her or even the golden butterflies. He's just been told stuff secondhand.
まだ生きているのか
Still alive? Yes, but for how long, my friend? You might have just survived through all the twilights, but I'm afraid that will have to wait until next time.